a chance.
Sandy was one of these once-in-a-lifetime storms.
One of the worst storms that has ever hit. It is chaos.
Everything was completely devastated.
I'm frantic because I'm not hearing anything.
This is Sean.
And that's when they uncovered this body.
It's a body over here.
Was he a victim of the storm?
He had been partially buried.
There was a lot of flooding, a lot of debris.
Had he been killed in its chaotic aftermath?
Everything was off grid. Emergency services, police.
Conditions like that, people get very desperate.
You said you had something for us?
Or did the hurricane provide the perfect cover for a killer?
Yeah. There was a lot of tension in the home.
I'm a killer.
Jealousy can lead people to do ugly things.
Breaking every bone in his body.
Something horrible happened inside of that apartment.
The evidence, it's there. You just have to find it.
October 31st, 2012. It's Halloween in Far Rockaway, New York, a seaside community in the New York City borough of Queens.
A lot of people have been attracted to the Rockaways because of the lovely beaches.
It really is a giant melting pot because of the mix of people.
But this Halloween, the residents of Far Rockaway aren't enjoying the beaches or greeting trick-or-treaters. They're struggling with the aftermath of the worst disaster to hit New York City since 9/11.
Hurricane Sandy was a very difficult time for us.
Got 60 to even 74 miles per hour.
The hurricane hit New York just 2 days earlier, on October 29th.
No one ever expected that they would get hit so hard.
The storm left dozens of people dead or injured, and many more missing or unable to contact their worried family and friends.
One of those worried family members is Baltimore resident Tracy Rucker Jones.
It is chaos along.
Her husband was in Far Rockaway at the time.
This city is basically underwater.
And as the storm had approached, Tracy had grown increasingly concerned about the safety of her husband, 32-year-old Sean Rucker.
We were talking back and forth on the phone, and he had never been through a hurricane. So he's thinking, is this gonna be a really bad storm?
I know, babe, I know. But I'll be all right, babe.
I'll make sure I check in every few hours.
Okay.
But when the storm made landfall, Sean realized how wrong he'd been.
He's like, babe, this is bad.
And then, silence.
This is Sean.
I'm frantic at this point.
Got 60 to even 74 miles per hour.
This is Sean. Leave a message.
Hurricane Sandy wasn't the first storm Baltimore native Sean Rucker had to weather in his life.
When he was young, his mother passed away from cancer, and it really devastated him.
Sean wasn't bitter about her loss, though. Instead, it gave him a greater appreciation for those around him.
I think the loss of his mom at an early age increased his love for people.
He put a lot of energy into giving back to the community. That's how he redirected all of the grief.
Hung out one-on-one before.
Yeah, maybe we should do it more often.
And that became the spark that got us talking on the phone, talking outside of the group.
Soon they were dating long distance.
They made a lot of trips to visit each other.
He was genuine. What he presented to you was who he was. And it made me look at him and say, this is really a true gentleman.
And then Sean surprised Tracy by taking their relationship to the next level.
At Christmas, we drove to New York. He had planned a trip, and he's like, put on something dressy. And I saw all of my friends. Everyone's dressed. And he's like, I was wondering, what are you doing for the rest of your life?
But just when it looked like Sean and Tracy had found happily ever after, fate intervened.
He was working at the airport in Maryland, and he had a very bad fall.
He had to go on disability.
But he didn't like being idle.
He wanted to be able to support his family.
He wanted to do more, and that's what led him to connect with some of his friends in New York.
They've been telling me about a program with computers.
His ultimate passion was computers and technology.
But I'd have to move to New York.
He wanted to be a graphic artist.
I think you should do it.
I said, Sean, I stand behind you.
By September of 2012, Sean had found an affordable place to live in Far Rockaway.
What's up, Sean?
Hey.
He was sharing a small apartment with 2 roommates, one of whom had a young son.
This was a space for Sean to stay while he was pursuing his dreams in the city.
One of the worst storms that has ever hit. It is chaos.
But now, after Hurricane Sandy has battered Far Rockaway and the rest of New York, those dreams are in doubt.
Sean's wife, Tracy, had been desperately trying to reach him.
I was messaging him on all outlets that we have.
Finally, she calls the police in New York.
911 emergency. I want to report my husband missing. I'm really worried something happened.
She was hoping that someone would investigate and give her some answers.
But she hoped in vain.
The police were overwhelmed.
Whole neighborhoods were still flooded. There were thousands of people displaced.
There were so many calls to police reporting people missing.
About all the police could do was add Sean's name to the list.
And I'm waiting to hear anything. And the days seem like years.
It's not until November 15th, 2 weeks after the hurricane hit New York, that there's anything to report. That morning, 2 city employees are working along the water's edge.
They were cleaning up the beach.
It was under tons and tons of debris.
And as they work, one of them notices something else among the wreckage.
Hey, man, come here, come here.
This isn't just some debris.
It's a body over here. What? Bro, call somebody right now.
Wreckage handler. 32-year-old Sean Rucker moved to New York to pursue a career in graphic design.
Sean just loved New York. We would go throughout our years of dating.
And he did spend the last month living in Far Rockaway on Long Island.
But when Hurricane Sandy bludgeoned New York City, the beachfront community had borne the brunt.
The storm surge came right into and on top of Rockaway.
And now, cleanup crews have found what appears to be a man's body buried on the beach.
Hey, man, come here, come here.
When the city workers come across the body, only the hand and the back was exposed.
Bro, call somebody right now. Yes, call somebody right now.
The cleanup crew immediately called the police.
Yeah, we found the body, man. Let's send somebody as soon as possible.
When police arrive at the scene, their first thought is that another victim of the storm had washed up on the beach.
I need a corner in my location.
The waves were about 12 feet high, and so it was very possible that someone could have gotten covered up by the sand.
But when the coroner begins to remove the body, it's soon evident the hurricane hadn't killed him.
His arms were tied with what seemed to be a bed sheet.
His legs are partially encased in a garbage bag.
This wasn't just an accident.
Hey, guys.
The man had been murdered brutally.
We need to get major crimes out here.
There's significant blunt force trauma to his head and stab wounds on the body.
And one of the victim's legs was all but severed.
For the moment, police have no idea who killed the man or when.
I need major crimes in my location.
Being that it was cold weather, decomposition had slowed down quite a bit.
Hoping to uncover the dead man's name, detectives take fingerprints from the body.
The first step in a homicide is identifying the victim.
This has a positive ID.
When they ran the fingerprints, they ended up getting a hit on a Baltimore man.
His name was Sean Rucker.
Sean's wife had reported him missing.
At this point, cops realized this was the same man that they received a phone call for a few days prior.
Detectives contact Tracy Rucker to make the official notification.
Hi, this is Tracy. I have some bad news for you. I think we found Sean.
The news that Sean had been murdered took her completely by surprise.
It's like, oh my gosh, someone tried to rob him. That's what I was thinking. Because, you know, he wasn't a street person. So it would be highly easy for him to fall into the wrong group of people.
Tracy isn't sure who those people might be, but she gives the detectives a place to start.
She gave them the address where he was residing and the people that he was residing with.
One of the names that Tracy gave cops was Alicia Stewart.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
While Sean's wife struggles to process the news that her husband is dead, the detectives follow up with Alicia Stewart, the woman renting Sean a room.
When they contacted Alicia, she was shocked and she agreed to come in to answer some questions.
I just still can't believe it.
We're just trying to figure out what happened, so we appreciate you coming in to talk with us.
The detectives start by asking Alicia how she'd met Sean.
It was online. He was looking to come to New York and needed a place to stay.
Alicia said she shared the apartment with her friend Monique and Monique's 2-year-old son.
Alicia says the arrangement worked well at first.
What's up, Sean?
Hey.
It was great having Sean. He was responsible. He helped out around the house.
But Alicia says things got more complicated when her new boyfriend, 39-year-old Thyron Aycock, moved in a week before the hurricane hit.
What do you mean complicated?
Like we were all stacked on top of each other.
It caused a lot of tension around the house.
And then the hurricane made landfall.
On top of 4 adults and a child, there's no heat, no electricity. It just made tensions even worse.
Finally, a week after the hurricane hit, the weather had cleared enough that they could safely leave the apartment.
Alicia and Monique decided, let's just get out of the house.
Took the baby to the park.
They left both Thyron and Sean in the home together.
Alicia said they spent about an hour in the park.
Hey.
Hey.
Where's Sean?
When she got back, Sean was no longer there.
Do you know where he went?
I asked Thyron, but he didn't know either.
All he said was, Sean packed up all his stuff and left.
Where you going? I just gotta get out of here.
He just decided to up and leave.
Hey, detectives, this has a positive ID.
Detectives investigating the murder of 32-year-old Sean Rucker have learned that there was trouble in the tiny apartment he shared with Alicia Stewart, Monique Jeffries, and Monique's young son.
Alicia said that things became pretty tense when her new boyfriend, Thyron, moved in with them.
Thyron did not like Sean at all, and he made it very known.
And in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, Sean had disappeared from the apartment.
Yeah, me and Monique took the baby to the park. When we got back, Sean was gone. Where's Sean?
Alicia asks Thyron what happened, and he says that all he knew was that Sean packed up his things and he was out of there.
Did you believe him?
Who, Thyron? Yeah.
She said the house was crowded. They had no electricity. It's pretty reasonable that maybe Sean just left.
One thing appears certain to detectives, though. Sean hadn't gotten far.
The beach where the police found his body was only a few blocks from the apartment.
Maybe something happened to him when he wandered out in the street. Conditions like that, people get very desperate.
Had Sean, wandering the streets alone, fallen prey to the chaos in the hurricane's aftermath?
It makes him a target.
Alicia says that she left too, not long after Sean had moved out.
The conditions in the house had become so bad, they couldn't stay there anymore.
Alicia tells investigators that her, Monique, and her son went to stay with her sister for a few days. She also says that Thyron went with them, but he only stayed for a short while.
Then, after a few days at her sister's house, Alicia and Monique got a hotel room.
Thank you for coming in. I'll show you out.
Looking to confirm Alicia's account of Sean's disappearance, the detectives follow up with her roommate, Monique Jeffries.
She corroborates Alicia's story that they went out for a little bit, came back, and Sean was gone.
Thank you.
But what happened between Sean and Thyron in the hour they were alone together in the apartment remains a mystery.
Was there possibly more to it than Thyron had let on?
Detectives bring Thyron in for questioning.
He admits that things were tense from the start between him and Sean.
He tells detectives he just never got along with Sean, that he did not like the way that Sean would speak to Alicia, that he was rude.
That made you mad?
Yeah. I told him I didn't like him talking to my girl like that.
Did you do more than tell him?
Detectives asked Thyron if things had ever got physical between him and Sean, and he says no.
But I wish he would have started something.
Why is that?
Because I would have beat the hell out of him.
But you didn't?
No.
When they asked Thyron about the day Sean disappeared, he says he's not entirely sure what really happened. All he knows is that Sean packed up all his stuff and left.
And you didn't think that was odd?
I was just happy to see him go.
Thyron says he and the others had abandoned the apartment soon after Sean.
They all went to Alicia's sister's house to stay with her, but he didn't stay long because he and Alicia's sister do not get along.
When the detectives follow up with Alicia's sister, she confirms everyone's account of the timeline.
Hello.
Alicia, Monique, and Thyron all came to stay with her on November 7th.
She also confirms that she and Thyron didn't get along.
Why is that?
Because he was always rude to Alicia.
Always talking down on her, arguing with her about every little thing.
It was almost exactly what Thyron had said about Sean.
Alicia's sister also tells detectives that Thyron didn't just leave.
She pretty much kicked him out.
You were glad to see him go.
Yeah, that guy was trouble.
She said, I didn't feel safe with him here.
But then she says something that really grabs the detective's attention.
Alicia's sister told them she'd asked him to leave because
Rucker's murder had begun to suspect that Thyron Aycock may have had something to do with his death.
Thyron had recently moved into the apartment that Sean shared with a woman named Alicia Stewart and her friend Monique Jeffries.
From Thyron saying that he would have gotten violent with Sean if he had the opportunity. And also from Alicia's sister who says that he threatened her. Police are starting to paint a picture about who Thyron is.
At that point, the detectives said, we need to look into this.
They start by pulling his arrest record.
He had 3 felonies and 23 misdemeanors.
This is a man that had a very violent history.
He's also the last person known to have seen Sean alive.
Thyron alleged that Sean just packed up and left.
But given Thyron's violent history and his animosity towards Sean, the detectives are left wondering, was Sean alive when he left?
Thyron Aycock did not like that this other guy was around.
When the detectives receive the results of Sean's autopsy, they point to a killer with a personal motive.
Sean had been bludgeoned numerous times.
The medical examiner believed that the trauma wounds came from a hammer.
Sean had also suffered multiple stab wounds.
Whoever did this definitely wanted this man to suffer.
The autopsy also reveals that the injury to Sean's thigh occurred post-mortem.
Somebody was trying to dismember his body.
There were saw marks on the bone.
But had Thyron done the cutting? Looking for the answer, the detectives get a warrant to search Alicia's apartment.
In the apartment, detectives discover a bunch of clothing and a knife with dry blood on it.
There's also a saw that looks to have some dried blood on it.
There was no sign of a hammer, which the medical examiner believed was the murder weapon.
However, the detectives do uncover one final piece of evidence that appears connected to the crime.
Detectives find a fitted sheet that matched the sheet that was found wrapped around Sean's arms when he was discovered.
While the crime scene tech bags up the knife, saw, and other items for forensic testing, the detectives conduct a canvass of the surrounding apartments.
But because of the aftermath of the hurricane, most of the apartments were empty.
However, detectives suspect they already know 2 people who heard or saw something.
Given the brutality of the attack and the attempt to dismember the body, the detectives didn't believe Thyron had time to clean up and move the body before Alicia and Monique got back from the park.
Suspecting Alicia and Monique no more than they're admitting, detectives bring both women back in for another round of questioning.
Detectives wanted to put a little bit of pressure on them.
But even when pressed by detectives, both women insisted they don't know what happened to Sean.
The detectives suspect both women are lying, a suspicion that only deepens when they receive the forensic results from the crime lab.
Forensics confirmed that the blood that was on the knife and the saw does belong to Sean.
But they're still no closer to finding Sean's killer.
They found all this evidence, but it only proved that Sean was killed in the apartment he was living in.
Despite that, the detectives remain convinced that Thyron killed Sean.
Unfortunately, they didn't have any hardcore evidence linked to Thyron.
They weren't able to arrest him.
By the end of 2013, the case goes cold.
It's frustrating when you know who's responsible and you just can't find the evidence. But that's what being a good police officer is. You have to find it.
Sean's wife, Tracy, is just as determined to bring his killer to justice.
I was keeping things in the loop, having petitions signed, having my friends contact the police department, put pressure on them.
The effort goes nowhere until 2019.
Investigators discovered that Thyron was in prison for an unrelated case.
He was about to get released.
So they figured they'd give a fresh look at the case.
They start by reaching out one more time to Alicia.
Being that Thyron's in jail, you kind of have leverage in terms of talking to Alicia because he can't retaliate.
She might give detectives a new story.
7 years after Sean's murder, the detectives give Alicia a call.
Hello?
I don't know if you remember me. I'm one of the detectives that works on the murder of Sean Booker.
She is taken by surprise that this has resurfaced.
That happened so long ago. I thought it was over with.
But then it's the detectives' turn to be taken by surprise.
Is there a time we can meet?
She tells them that she may have something they might want.
And detectives believe killed Sean and buried his body on a Long Island beach sits in prison.
He was in jail for an unrelated charge.
And he's about to be released. But have the detectives found a way to keep him behind bars?
I'm not sure if you remember me. I'm one of the detectives working the murder of Sean Booker.
When the detectives reached out to Thyron's old girlfriend, she asked for a meeting.
I have something I want to show you.
She had something that they would be interested in.
The detectives arranged to meet Alicia the next day.
Alicia went down to the precinct and she had a brown paper bag with something in it.
You said you had something for us?
Yeah.
She pulled out this hammer.
The medical examiner suspected the killer had used a hammer to beat Sean to death.
Alicia tells investigators that this is the only hammer that was inside the house at that time.
There's something else I need to tell you.
However, the hammer isn't all that Alicia has for the investigators. She's also brought a new story.
It don't matter if you're married.
What are you talking about? I just
Sure,
look
you're
at
looking at.
Alicia told investigators that actually Sean and Thyron had been in an argument before her and Monique had left to go to the park.
I got tired of listening to them argue, you know?
Sure.
She just told them, look, you need to just settle this.
When you got back, Sean wasn't there.
Yeah.
Alicia maintains that she doesn't know what happened to Sean, only that Sean was gone by the time she returned.
However, detectives suspect Alicia is still holding back.
They still doubted Thyron could have cleaned up the crime scene and disposed of the body in the short time Alicia and Monique had been at the park.
And if that's just the hammer that was in the house, why didn't they find it back in 2012?
Hoping to fill the gaps in Alicia's story, the detectives reach back out to Monique Jeffries, Alicia and Sean's other roommate.
Again, she basically corroborated what Alicia had already given them.
However, she also provides a significant new detail that Alicia didn't.
She does add that when they left,
You better back up.
one man had a knife in his hand and another had a hammer.
We're gonna settle this right now.
Monique tells investigators that she really doesn't remember who had the hammer or the knife, but she does remember one thing particularly.
I'm kidding.
Thyron did tell Sean that he was going to kill him.
But is it enough for an arrest?
They had to send the hammer to the lab for forensics testing. And they were able to confirm that the diameter of the hammer was consistent with Sean's wounds.
Despite that, the lab can't prove that the hammer was the murder weapon.
The lab was not able to detect any of Sean's blood or DNA on the hammer.
So the detectives bring Alicia back in and confront her about the hammer.
She swore it was legit.
And once again, Alicia gives them a new lead.
She says that they should speak to a woman named Danielle Ross.
Alicia tells investigators that Thyron admitted to Danielle that he had indeed killed Sean.
Hoping that Danielle could finally give them the break they need, detectives bring her in for an interview.
She corroborates Alicia's story and tells them that Thyron did confess to her that he killed Sean.
He also told her why he did it.
He was jealous.
Jealous? Of who?
He thought Sean was trying to get with Alicia.
The detectives believe Danielle is telling the truth about Thyron. But will it be enough to convince a jury?
What the detectives need is to get the confession from Thyron's mouth.
And since Thyron is still in jail on the unrelated charge, there may be a way to get it.
Prison phone calls are always recorded.
And he maintained contact with Danielle.
Soon after talking to Danielle, the detectives start monitoring Thyron's calls from jail.
And sure enough, he reaches out to Danielle.
Hey, D, how you doing?
How am I doing? How do you think I'm doing?
Danielle tells him that detectives have been reaching out to her about him and it's stressing her out.
You know, makes me wonder what else you're capable of.
I'm capable of protecting the people I love.
Danielle replies to Thyron, really? Caving someone's head in with a hammer and stabbing them is protecting people?
Breaking every bone in his body?
Confronted about what he's done, Thyron doesn't exactly deny it.
He only told Danielle to stop exaggerating.
I didn't break every bone.
Thyron says that somebody must have did that after the fact.
NYPD detectives have Thyron Aycock on tape, essentially admitting that he murdered Sean Rucker 7 years earlier.
You know, makes me wonder what else you're capable of.
Thyron was in jail on an unrelated charge, and his friend Danielle had called him and let him know the police had been asking her about Sean's murder.
On the recordings, they heard him basically admit to killing Sean.
He said it was because he thought that Sean and Alicia were messing around.
I still love her, you know.
You think she still loves you?
Danielle pushes further and asks Thyron, what will happen when Alicia puts you under the bus? And Thyron replies,
she can't.
Detectives aren't so sure. After listening to the jail calls, they bring Alicia back in for yet another round of questioning.
Daniel's comment about Alicia throwing Thyron under the bus sure sounded like she knew more about the murder than she'd admitted.
They asked Alicia over and over again, is there anything that we're missing?
I already told you everything that I know.
You sure? Monique told us that Sean and Thyron were fighting when you left the apartment.
Finally, Alicia caves to the pressure.
All right. There was a fight.
She wasn't quite sure which one had the knife and which one had the hammer, but she knew that something was going to go down.
She said when they got back from the park, she initially thought she'd been mistaken.
Where's Sean?
Thyron told her that Sean had left.
But as she soon discovered, that was a lie.
That night, Alicia and Thyron snuck into the bathroom to have sex. Because with so many people in the apartment, the bathroom was the only place with any privacy.
Wait, what's that smell? It was coming from the bathtub.
She pulled the shower curtain back and found Sean's body.
What did you do?
That got a little out of hand.
Out of hand? Out of hand?
Yeah.
You gotta get him out of here now.
She told police, I was frantic, I didn't know what to do.
So she went back to the bedroom and left Thyron to deal with the body.
Eventually, he came up with a plan.
Later that night, while Alicia was laying in bed, she did hear the sound of a saw.
But dismembering the body wouldn't work.
He was going to get rid of it another way.
Alicia says Thyron took the stroller Monique had for her son, loaded the body onto it, and wheeled it out.
Did Thyron tell you where he was taking him?
I didn't want to know. I just wanted him gone. I was scared.
Alicia also says she was afraid to tell anyone what had happened.
If Thyron was willing to kill someone in her apartment, what do you think he would have done to her?
But now, 7 years later, Alicia has finally given detectives everything they need.
With Alicia's statement and Thyron's confession, detectives executed an arrest warrant for Thyron.
He was the only one charged, though.
The district attorney granted Alicia and Danielle immunity in exchange for testimony against Thyron.
Thyron Aycock goes on trial for murder on February 3rd, 2022.
I honestly didn't think that resolution would be found in my lifetime. I never thought that I'd be sitting across from the man that took him away from me.
The prosecutors begin by explaining the tense dynamic inside Alicia's apartment in the days leading up to the murder.
The prosecutors alleged that Thyron believed that something was going on between Sean and Alicia.
And after spending several days cooped up together on account of the hurricane, things have reached a boiling point.
Yo, I want you out of here.
I was here first.
I swear I'm gonna kill you.
Look! As the argument intensified, Alicia and Monique took her son to the park, telling Sean and Thyron things better be sorted out when they got back.
You heard her. We're gonna settle it right now.
You better back up.
The fight broke out as soon as the women left.
Evidence indicates that Thyron quickly got the upper hand.
One or two hits to the head, and Sean was on the ground.
Then Thyron grabbed the knife and finished what he'd started.
The prosecution's theory fit with the injuries Sean suffered.
Prosecutors contend that Thyron stashed Sean's body in the bathroom right after he killed him.
Alicia takes the stand and tells the jury that's where she found Sean's body later that night.
The prosecutors also had Danielle's testimony and the jail call she made with Thyron.
And when the jury returns with its verdict, there's no doubt that they believe Alicia and Danielle are telling the truth.
They find him guilty of second-degree murder.
Thyron is sentenced to 25 years to life in prison.
I would have wanted more, but I was grateful that Sean could receive some sort of justice.
At least now they have closure. They know that the person who murdered Sean Rucker is now in jail.
But even justice can't bring back a loving husband who, like so many others, followed his dream to New York City.
They could have a real future together, a happy family, and have a happy ending.
Love can be a dangerous game. When someone is dishonest, when they toy with your emotions, desperation can sink in. And you'll do anything, to anyone, to keep that love of the world. The beginning of a whole new type of love. One that's pure, one that's true, one that's full of possibilities for you and your partner. But what if finding that love meant taking it away from someone else? What lines would you cross? What bonds would you break? For a love so strong, so perfect, it couldn't possibly be real. January 13th, 2017. It's 4 a.m. in Walterboro, a town of 5,000 people perched on the edge of the South Carolina Lowcountry.
It's a little small community, very tight-knit. Everybody knows everybody.
It was almost tucked away from any sort of outward problems and some of the issues that affect bigger cities.
That is, until one neighborhood in this quiet community is awakened unexpectedly by a slew of flashing lights as police descend on a modest home on Lemax Street.
You saw all these police cars come up like they were going in there to get Jack the Ripper or somebody.
Police were surrounding this tidy little white house that had what everyone thought was a picture-perfect family.
And you knew that somebody had did something wrong.
The home belongs to 51-year-old Gloria Williams. What's brought police to Gloria's home? And what will they find inside?
It was quite shocking. She was your average soccer mom, active in the community and in her church.
People were saying, how could this happen?
I was just amazed, shocked, heartbroken, everything all in once.
Kind and God-fearing, 51-year-old working mother Gloria Williams was well respected in her hometown of Walterboro.
Gloria had been working at a nursing home. She really cared for the elderly.
She was an upstanding citizen, nice young lady. Gloria was willing to stop, talk to you, give you a good word, you know.
She thrives on church every Sunday and Bible study every Wednesday.
This faith-driven life fostered this great environment for her family.
Relationship that started some 20 years earlier. Rewind to 1997. That's when Gloria, then 31 and recently divorced, crossed paths with handsome 25-year-old Charles Walker.
Charles was fairly attractive, appeared to be a pretty decent guy.
Charles presented all the qualities that she felt like she needed in a man. Support, comfort, and that strong male influence.
With one failed marriage already behind her, Gloria longed for someone to make her feel whole again.
Here he comes, the knight in shining armor, and it relieves that loneliness, that need for that unconditional love.
Gloria's desire to be loved and accepted was so strong that she jumped headfirst into the relationship.
Though Charles had a bit of a checkered past, Gloria didn't let it stand in the way of her feelings for him.
Charles did have some minor run-ins with the law. It was hard for him to find someone that would accept him for who he was.
She took a liking to Charles. She saw some potential in him, and despite his background, she was willing to make him a part of her family.
The couple soon moved in together. Gloria felt she'd finally found her soulmate.
Charles came in and offered Gloria love, the acceptance, everything that she was looking for.
She loved Charles. Charles loved her.
But like so many relationships that burn red hot from the beginning, the flames of passion proved fleeting. After less than a year together, Gloria and Charles discovered living under the same roof was often easier said than done.
Things were quickly going south in Gloria and Charles' relationship. Constant fighting and fussing between her and Charles.
Things got tough in the house. Perhaps even toxic.
Nevertheless, Gloria was determined to make the relationship work.
She had felt very much like she had already failed once, and she was going to stick this one out. She was going to do whatever she had to do.
She said, you know, it didn't matter. I still love you.
In December of 1997, Gloria received some exciting news. News she hoped would save the relationship.
Gloria actually gets pregnant. This is everything that Gloria was longing for.
The couple found out they were having a baby girl and decided on the name Alexis. As they prepared for Alexis's arrival, Gloria and Charles discovered their love for one another was still strong.
She got pregnant and immediately things changed. They were spending a lot of time together. There was no longer talk of breaking up. It made things comfortable. It made things peaceful.
However, several months into the pregnancy, disaster struck when Charles was arrested for larceny.
Gloria was in shock.
Although he had run into some issues with the law in the past, she thought Charles wanted to change his life.
Even after the arrest, Gloria believed she and Charles had turned a corner, and that once baby Alexis arrived and Charles was released, their life would be back on track.
When you bring a baby girl home to a man, he has a more deeper thought of responsibility.
This baby became the hope for Gloria to mend all the broken pieces.
But little did Gloria know that her desire to keep her family together would set off a catastrophic string of events, one that would play out in slow motion before finally coming to a head some 2 decades later. Fast forward once more to January 13th, 2017. It's 4 a.m., and police in Walterboro, South Carolina, have just entered Gloria Williams' home, hoping to solve a nearly 20-year-old mystery. The home is quiet, and police find no obvious signs of any wrongdoing.
There was pictures of her daughter, her being dolled up in her little outfits, her frilly shoes and the socks, and they seemed happy.
This, for all intents and purposes, is looking like a very normal life.
Then, in a back bedroom, police locate Gloria.
Police, with warrant in hand, find her asleep in bed.
Officers ask her where they might find her 18-year-old daughter, Alexis. Gloria tells police that Alexis is sleeping over at a friend's house. At that point, the officers place Gloria in handcuffs and inform her that she's under arrest. To their surprise, Gloria says she's been expecting them for a very, very long time.
Gloria was saying she was nervous. She was waiting for someone to show up at the door to say, "You're under arrest."
But what secret crime has Gloria been covering up? And for how long? Soon, investigators will unravel a web of lies, one that will leave everyone that knows Gloria Williams in utter disbelief.
The community up there was just as shocked as anybody else when this whole story broke.
Gloria would have done anything to keep Charles. She wasn't going to lose her.
Police in Walterboro, South Carolina, have just arrested 51-year-old nursing assistant Gloria Williams. Patrol officers transport Gloria to headquarters. And as morning dawns on Walterboro, detectives inform her of the charges against her.
We secured the warrant last night, and the charges will be kidnapping and interference with custody.
It was a kidnapping, for goodness sake.
How did this church-going mother get wrapped up in a kidnapping case?
You can't picture this woman who is the church lady being a kidnapper.
No one could say a bad thing about Gloria. She was educated, caring, mother and neighbor and friend. It floored everyone.
Gloria may not look like a kidnapper, but police are confident they have the right person in custody. They explain that investigators have come all the way from Jacksonville, Florida, to speak with her. After receiving an unusual tip,
This tipster advises that her friend has told her that she was kidnapped from Jacksonville, Florida as a child. She further advised that her friend's name was Alexis and that she lived in Walterboro, South Carolina.
After receiving the tip, Jacksonville investigators searched birth records in Walterboro and discovered that Alexis was allegedly born to Gloria Williams and Charles Walker on July 10, 1998. However, a closer look at Alexis's birth certificate suggests it's a forgery.
They were able to see forged birth certificates were used as a means of claiming that Alexis was born in South Carolina.
Detectives explained to Gloria that they also learned on the same day Alexis was born back in 1998, a newborn baby named Kamaya Mobley was reportedly stolen from a Florida hospital.
When they look into it, the age was perfect, and they said this might be a legitimate tip.
Police tell Gloria that after they received this information, officers from both departments met with the tipster at police headquarters in Walterboro. They recorded a video interview of the young woman, who identifies herself as a friend of Alexis's, named Brittany Mitchell.
It's my understanding that you have knowledge about an abduction from a Jacksonville hospital about 18 years ago. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Detectives explain that during the interview with Brittany, She said that on Alexis's 16th birthday back in 2014, she tried to apply for work at a local restaurant.
Alexis, she was looking for a job, and so she applied for a job at Shoney's.
According to Brittany, the application required Alexis to provide her social security number. Alexis didn't know it by heart, so she did what any child would do and asked her mother for it.
Gloria Williams at that point said, I have to tell you something. She said, you don't have a social security number. 16 years ago, I walked into a hospital in Jacksonville and stole you.
Gloria had to sit down and tell her something that she'd been holding inside for 16 years. And she took a phone and pulled up an image of the flyer of a missing baby, flyers that had been displayed all over Jacksonville in 1998.
Brittany said that initially, Alexis had no idea what to make of her mom's story.
It was kind of hard for her to conceptualize that she was kidnapped. For Alexis, this was not real.
But Brittany told investigators that when Alexis did a little research, she was shocked to discover much of what her mother said seemed to be true.
She went on her phone and brought it up online, the Kamaya Mobley story or whatever. And then when I seen the abductor, I was like, that looked just like Miss Gloria.
This kidnapping was definitely in the news. You heard about it in the newspaper. It was very widespread. It was definitely a talk of the town.
This was a story that everyone in Jacksonville knew about. The little girl was kidnapped at just 8 hours old.
Now, after presenting Gloria with Brittany Mitchell's statement, as well as the evidence of the fraudulent birth certificate, investigators ask her point blank, did she kidnap Kamaya all those years ago? And if so, why?
Detectives are hopeful that Gloria is going to share some additional information.
But Gloria, it appears, has nothing to say.
In her mind, she was thinking that this was gonna fix the situation. She didn't think about the snowball effect that it was gonna cause in regards to everybody in her life.
On kidnapping charges, shocking the small town of Walterboro, South Carolina, to its core.
Gloria had been arrested for kidnapping this young girl out of the hospital in Florida over 18 years ago.
As unbelievable as the story sounds, detectives have a sworn statement from a friend of Gloria's daughter that implicates her in the crime, as well as evidence that suggests Alexis's birth certificate is a forgery.
Detectives knew that they'd gone from credible lead to potential suspect in the abduction of Kamaya Mobley.
If investigators want to make the charges against Gloria stick, they're going to need answers to a couple of questions. A, what was Gloria's motive for committing the crime? And B, was the man who raised Alexis as his daughter, Charles Walker, in on the kidnapping? But if police are expecting Gloria to provide them with the answers, they're sorely mistaken.
Gloria exercises her rights and chooses not to speak to them.
In an effort to get Gloria to open up, detectives paint for her a picture of the events on July 10, 1998, and the horrific toll Gloria's alleged actions took on one young, first-time mother. It started around 3 p.m.
We've heard some chatter over the scanner telling us that there had been a kidnapping, and it was at University Medical Center.
Police arrived to find 16-year-old Shanara Mobley outside her hospital room in a state of panic and confusion.
Shanara is struggling, going down the hospital hallway, screaming.
She was just screaming, "Where's my baby? I want my baby." You could hear the sadness, the anger in this young lady's voice.
Police raced to secure the exits.
The first thing was to seal off the area in hopes that we had the person contained within the hospital.
Unfortunately, it was too little, too late.
By the time law enforcement got there, the woman and child were gone.
In search of answers, Jacksonville police interviewed Shannara. She tearfully explained that her baby girl was named Kamaya, and that unfortunately, the baby's father couldn't be there for the birth.
I was in jail at that time. They say, your daughter was born Kamaya Mobley, and I was so happy. Until they told me my daughter had been kidnapped.
Shannara told police that 8 hours after giving birth, a woman she assumed was a nurse entered her room.
The nurse had taken particular interest in 16-year-old Shannara's pregnancy and the birth of her child.
When the woman suggested that baby Kamaya needed her temperature taken, Shannara handed over the infant without hesitation. But as the woman left the room, Shannara noticed something strange.
Shannara noticed as she walking out that she had a purse on her arm. They're not supposed to be working with no purse on their arm.
According to Shannara, neither the woman nor baby Kamaya ever returned. At this point, detectives pause and ask Gloria if she has anything to say. She remains silent, so detectives pick up where they left off. According to the incident report, after speaking with Shannara, Jacksonville detectives reviewed hospital surveillance video. The footage, along with several eyewitness accounts, placed a woman with a purse exiting the hospital around 2:57 p.m.
I seen this lady. She had a smock with flowers, and she came right, past me.
They see her walking through the halls, carrying a large purse. This nurse just walked right out of the hospital with that baby.
Police believe baby Kamaya was inside the purse.
We realized that the baby was gone. Now it was a question of getting it out publicly and having the public also assist us in trying to find Kamaya.
On the evening of July 10th, 1998, Jacksonville police released a sketch of the woman, and the entire city went on high alert.
It became one of the biggest manhunts that we've had in the city.
Joining in the search efforts was Craig Aiken, baby Kamaya's father, who was out of jail and armed with a new mission in life.
Every day went by, I thought they was gonna find her the next day. But I had to keep my sanity because I had to find my daughter. I could not lose my mind.
But it was an impassioned plea from Kamaya's mother, Shannara, that broke the hearts of everyone in Jacksonville.
Please, bury my baby. I mean, how you think I feel? I'm only true enough. I'm only 16 years old, but that's my first child.
Over the next several weeks, hundreds of tips poured in, but they all proved to be dead ends.
As time went on, the trail got colder and colder.
Detectives explained to Gloria Williams that over the next several years, while she and Charles celebrated every July 10th with a party for the daughter they called Alexis, Kamaya's real parents marked those days with a far more heartbreaking tradition.
On July 10th every year, Shannara would get a birthday cake. And she'd cut a slice for herself, and she'd cut a slice for her little girl. And she'd wrap it in cellophane and put it in the freezer.
Detectives ask Gloria once again if she is ready to explain what happened that day in 1998 and why.
For Gloria Williams, it got to be a hard thing to keep for 18 years, to keep it to yourself like that.
When the true motive behind the kidnapping comes out, investigators realize there's a whole other layer to the case. And that Gloria's dream of having a baby girl of her own may well have been trumped by her desire to keep her man by her side.
This wasn't haphazard, this wasn't random, this was a deliberate, premeditated effort to steal a child.
Gloria Williams has just been arrested for the 1998 kidnapping of a baby named Kamaya Mobley, who, they allege, Gloria has raised for the last 18 years under the name Alexis. Those who know Gloria are shocked by the allegations.
This was a major shock. I'm sure some were thinking that Kamaya was gone, totally gone, whether dead or just literally into her own life somewhere else.
I'm sure that people were kind of taken back. I think everybody was assuming that that was her child. She raised her as her child.
Since being taken into custody, Gloria hasn't said one word about the charges levied against her. But after hearing the gut-wrenching details of the initial police report, Gloria finally decides to break her silence.
It really had to eat it. Gloria Williams for 18 years. The secret that she was keeping.
I think she was waiting for this day. It was just a matter of time that the police were going to come knocking.
Gloria begins her statement by explaining that in 1998, while she was several months pregnant, her boyfriend, Charles Walker, had landed himself in jail on a larceny charge. Despite his arrest, Gloria was hopeful that the impending birth of baby Alexis would compel Charles to put his bad boy behavior behind him once and for all.
Gloria advised that she felt that a new baby would straighten Charles up.
She thought that having a baby would save the relationship.
However, Gloria tells police her hopes for a better future were dashed in the blink of an eye when she suffered a miscarriage.
She went to get an ultrasound that they had said the baby had stopped developing, it's gone.
Having a miscarriage was tremendous loss for her. She had just a lot of emotional pain and loneliness.
Adding to the pain, Gloria was afraid that if Charles found out about the miscarriage, he would end their relationship.
She's not going to allow that miscarriage to be the cause of losing her man.
I don't believe Gloria told anyone. I don't believe she even wanted to believe that she had had a miscarriage.
Gloria explains that on the night of July 9th, 1998, her emotions came to a head. All alone, grieving her lost daughter, and fearful of the toll the miscarriage would take on her relationship, she began scheming of ways to have the baby and the man she'd always dreamed of, no matter the cost.
When somebody is broken and desperate, they'll do anything. Absolutely anything.
Everything just started spiraling out of control.
Gloria says that the next day, she found herself heading south to Jacksonville, Florida, to do the unthinkable.
Gloria stole the child for Charles out of that desperate need for that relationship.
He was everything that she could possibly have wanted, and she thought that she can have that once again.
Detectives are stunned. How did Gloria keep her crime under wraps all these years? And more importantly, did she ever divulge her secret to Charles, thus making him her co-conspirator? Or did Gloria actively keep Charles in the dark in order to keep him by her side?
Charles didn't understand the depth of the damage that Gloria Williams was inflicting for him and for the relationship. Ultimately, there's no happy ending.
Gloria Williams has admitted to stealing less than one-day-old baby Kamaya Mobley from a Jacksonville, Florida hospital back in 1998. According to Gloria, it was all part of a desperate attempt to mend the broken relationship with her live-in boyfriend, Charles Walker.
Gloria was in a very unhealthy state. She had a miscarriage. Her current relationship is in a state of failure. So in her mind, when you have that many losses compounded with no support at all, she made such a terrible decision to go and kidnap a baby.
According to Gloria, her plan worked, at least at first. 2 weeks after she brought the baby home, Charles was released from jail.
Charles stated that upon seeing that little girl, it was just more motivation for him to change his life. And Gloria was happy as well. She'd accomplished her mission.
Gloria tells detectives that while Charles was clearly a changed man after the arrival of baby Alexis, the relationship had bigger problems than a newborn could fix.
Charles loved her as his own, thought that, this is my baby girl. But in regards to Gloria, there's a lot of things missing in their relationship.
They couldn't make it, so they broke up.
Gloria has one of those feelings of, your world is shaken, and then all of a sudden your dream comes true, and whoa, hold on, it's gonna end.
According to Gloria, Charles never knew the truth about his daughter. No one did.
Charles played child support for 18 years for a daughter that he believed was his.
This illusion became her reality, so she led this perfect life and fostered this great environment for Alexis.
Gloria says that the truth of what she'd done weighed more heavily on her with each passing year. Finally, when Alexis turned 16 and wanted to get a job, Gloria cracked.
Alexis didn't really exist. Her real name was Kamaya Mobley.
Gloria assumed that once Alexis knew the truth, she'd never forgive her. But that wasn't the case.
Alexis said, it didn't matter. You're still my mom. I still love you.
For the next 2 years, Gloria and Alexis continued living the lie.
That secret stayed between the two of them.
Charles had no idea that his daughter wasn't his daughter.
It's a shocking story, one like nothing detectives have ever heard before. But in order to prove it's 100% true, investigators need to compare DNA samples of 18-year-old Alexis against those on file from baby Kamaya. Within the hour, Alexis arrives at the station.
Alexis here, of course she's a little loud out there. I'm gonna let her come in, let you talk to her, make sure she's okay.
Police allowed them to have a special time together to say their goodbyes.
It's okay. It's okay. I love you so much. It's okay. What do you have to do? What do you want to do? I'm trying to be strong for you. I'm trying to worry about me. Okay?
When they were hugging each other and crying, it was heartbreaking.
At Gloria's urging, Alexis supplies investigators with a sample of her DNA. They compare the swabs to the original sample from baby Kamaya.
So DNA results indicated that Alexis was indeed Kamaya Mobley.
Nearly 2 decades later, police have found Shannara Mobley's missing daughter. As for Gloria Williams, she's charged with kidnapping and interference with child custody, a first-degree felony that carries the possibility of a life sentence in Florida.
In South Carolina, she was the church lady, but that's not how we knew her in Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, Gloria Williams was a monster because we knew what she did.
Every day that Gloria Williams had Kamaya Mobley, she continued to commit that kidnapping.
With Gloria formally indicted, detectives need to speak with Charles Walker.
The police believe Charles was not involved in any way, shape, or form.
Within moments of getting him on the phone, it's clear that's indeed the case.
Charles was shocked. He was involved in a crime he had nothing to do with. Here, this baby who triggered a change in him turns out not to be his baby. So he's going through all types of emotional feelings.
Back in Jacksonville, Kamaya's biological parents get the call of a lifetime.
We get this call from the state attorney from out of nowhere, and it was like, we found your daughter.
Craig Aiken and Shannara Mobley make the 3-hour drive from Jacksonville to Walterboro to meet their daughter.
It was beautiful, man. Seeing her for the first time. She looked like sunshine, man. It was just, that was one of the happiest moments of my life.
It's an overwhelming moment for the young woman, who now has 2 identities and 2 families.
She was in a life of deception. She was living a lie. She was happy with that lie, you know, until she found out the truth.
At her initial arraignment, Gloria pleads guilty to felony kidnapping, sparing everyone the ordeal of a criminal trial. Now it will be up to a judge to determine her fate. Will the pain she inflicted on Shannara and Craig earn her the maximum penalty? Or will 18 years as a loving mother to Alexis earn her some leniency?
It's a bad crime, but when you look at the sum of the whole thing, the girl was well raised.
The defense was trying to show that this little girl had a great life. It offended Shannara Mobley and Craig. This family was robbed of everything.
I don't see no church lady, no mama, no friend down the street. I look at it as a kid now.
It's only one sentence, and I don't think she's open up for that. I would say death.
Gloria Williams' sentencing hearing begins inside a packed courtroom in Jacksonville, Florida. Gloria has pled guilty to kidnapping infant Kamaya Mobley and raising her as her own daughter named Alexis for 18 years.
Gloria, she raised a great little girl. Boy, did she destroy lives doing it.
Charles Walker, the man who believed Kamaya was his biological daughter for 18 years, is also present at the hearing. His heartbreak is palpable.
Once he found out that this wasn't his daughter, there's a sense of loss there. So, you know, he's like, where do I go from here?
When Gloria takes the stand, she begins by explaining what happened on July 9th, 1998, the night before she kidnapped baby Kamaya.
Gloria miscarries. She sets off on a mission. Despite losing her own, she's going to have a baby. When Charles gets out of jail, there will be a baby waiting on him. He expects it.
She said she actually got on Interstate 95 and just started driving south.
Gloria says she crossed the Florida state line into Jacksonville around 10 o'clock on the morning of July 10th.
She claims that she just drove to this hospital randomly.
She really doesn't know how she was going to get a baby.
Gloria entered the hospital dressed in her nurse's assistant uniform.
She's wearing a floral scrub type top that you would see if you went into any hospital.
Gloria says she stalked the maternity ward, unsure of her next steps. That's when she found 16-year-old Shannara Mobley holding newborn baby Kamaya.
She says that she sat there and talked with Shannara.
Gloria admits that she took Kamaya from her mother under the guise of needing to take the child's temperature. Instead, she stashed baby Kamaya in her purse and left the hospital.
There's only one reason that she wanted to have that baby, to save the relationship with her boyfriend.
I was thinking about, you know, maybe this baby can help Charles. Thought it would bring peace to the family.
Having kept her miscarriage a secret, Gloria says no one missed a beat when she showed up the next day with a newborn baby.
Ms. Williams was able to convince people that she was pregnant and gave birth. The people that are closest to her, all of those people were fooled.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about all of this. I'm not a bad person.
Well, it bothered me because she pretended that she was her mother all these years. She took that away from us.
I did a wrong thing. I did. If I could do it all over again, no, I wouldn't do it.
Gloria's testimony is powerful. But the victim's impact statement from Shannara Mobley, Kamaya's biological mother, demonstrates the acute pain Gloria's actions have caused.
She wouldn't have went into a grown woman's room and done that.
Okay, you're saying because you were so young.
Yeah, because I was young and she came in there and prayed on the child, and that's what she's doing to my child.
Yes.
I am your mother, Kamaya.
Shannara tells the courtroom that only one sentence is fitting for the woman who stole her baby.
It's only one sentence, and I don't think she's open up for that. I would say death.
After hearing both Gloria and Shannara, the judge sentences Gloria Williams to 18 years for felony kidnapping and interference with custody.
It's certain things in this life we should be punished for, and that's one of them.
Once Gloria is carted off to prison, another question presents itself. Where will Kamaya, now 19 years old, choose to live? And will she go by her birth name or the name given to her by the woman who kidnapped her?
She's over 18. It's her choice. She's a victim in this.
Kamaya decides to go by the name Alexis Walker and continues living in South Carolina, next to the friends and neighbors she's known all her life. However, she also chooses to stay in contact with her biological family in Florida.
We're just trying to build a relationship. I help her get her first car. We're doing a lot of first time everything. It's a blessing to have her back.
To the surprise of many, Kamaya continues to maintain a relationship with Gloria.
She and Gloria exchanged letters, and she loves this woman. She loves her abductor.
As for Gloria, she'll have 18 years to think about what she did and the lives she ruined, all in an effort to make her man straighten up, fly right, and love her forever.
She wanted Charles to love her again. Gloria had her baby, and in doing so, she had her man.
Even though in the back of her mind, she knew that this was something that was wrong, Gloria would do anything to be able to make Charles happy, to be able to satisfy his needs, whatever it takes.
They say a mother's love for a child is the strongest thing on earth. But love for a man, that can be far more fragile. And if that love is built on one lie, one monumental secret, it can come crashing down in an instant. And the love that you thought.
She gave her heart to a man who promised her the world.
He was very nice, very charming.
He made her feel special. She's having all these butterflies. Everything's amazing.
But their fairy tale romance will be cut short.
She was shot in the head.
They found blood all over inside the car.
Was it a robbery gone wrong?
Her cell phone and her purse were missing.
This was looking more and more like a random crime.
Or was it personal?
She had met a woman that she was in love with.
She was starting to explore her sexuality.
The investigation will turn up a number of suspects.
It was an overwhelming case.
Things really started to go downhill.
And before the dust settles, another life may be lost.
We don't want to believe that the depravity that happened in this case was possible.
That Jekyll and Hyde type of personality.
It was love that killed her, in a way.
January 22nd, 2017. It's a peaceful Sunday in Yonkers, New York, a suburban gateway between New York City and the Hudson Valley.
Yonkers is a city of about 200,000 people, just north of New York City.
We're sometimes affectionately known as the Sixth Borough.
Yonkers area can be a little more urban. It's a melting pot, but it is genuinely a really nice place to live.
However, this morning, Yonkers resident Leonida Perez Casado is up nervously pacing her apartment.
She had woke up around 7 and noticed her daughter wasn't home.
Hey, you reached Diana. Leave a message.
Diana, it's your mother. Where are you?
Mom's calling Diana, not getting her on the phone.
Diana was 27. She was an adult, but this type of behavior was out of the norm for her.
Her mother got very nervous.
But Leonida feels a wave of relief wash over her when she sees Diana's car in the parking lot.
She goes to the parking lot and she spots her daughter.
She sees Diana hunched over and she thought, oh my God, look at this girl. I'm gonna kill her. I can't believe she fell asleep in the car.
Diana? What are you doing out here?
But Diana isn't sleeping.
She felt something wet, and when she looked at her hands, it was blood.
She immediately calls 911.
Please, somebody help me.
Diana Casado had always been the heart of her family.
She was kind of like the glue, you know, the one that kept them all together.
Diana's father, her mother, her brother, they all said she brightened up a room. She was a lovely girl, very friendly, always would lend a helping hand, whether she knew you or didn't know you.
But Diana had an especially strong bond with her mother.
Her mother and her were very tight.
She did everything with her, went to the salon, got their nails done, went to eat.
Her mom had just always really been her best friend.
And Leonida couldn't have been more proud of her daughter.
Diana, along with her whole family, originally immigrated from the Dominican Republic.
She came when she was around 16, 17.
For a lot of kids, that would have thrown them for a loop at that age, but Diana adjusted really well, and her parents were so proud of her.
In her new home, Diana had no trouble fitting in.
Yonkers has a high immigrant population. A lot of the population are Latino.
Her friends loved her. They said she was outgoing, she was fun.
She also had the discipline to work hard.
Diana had gotten a job at a restaurant near where they were living.
In fact, her mother worked at the same restaurant that she did.
She had a small circle of friends who also worked at the same restaurant. And that was her little family.
But as a young woman, Diana had more on her mind than hard work.
Diana was like a free spirit. She wanted to have fun.
So it was no wonder when she caught the eye of a handsome older man named Luis Alteret Rivera.
She was his waitress, and the two quickly hit it off.
Hey, I'm Diana.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing better now. How are you?
He was a good-looking man.
He started talking to her.
He was being very nice, open and friendly.
He said, would you like to get together?
I would love to take you out sometime.
How's Friday?
They exchanged numbers, and they ended up going on a date that same week.
Even though Luis was almost 15 years older than Diana, they had an immediate connection.
That age gap really was exciting for her.
He had a good career as a civilian working on a military base.
He has all of this extra life experience.
And he always made Diana feel special.
She thought he was the sweetest guy in the world.
He's taking her out to places she's never been to, for date nights.
He made her think he can give her the world.
And it wasn't long before the pair became an item.
He thought he loved her.
She was head over heels in love with him.
It seemed like this was the one.
But in the spring of 2016, after spending nearly a decade together, 27-year-old Diana was yearning for a change.
You have to remember, she was a kid when she met Luis. She didn't really know who she was.
She reached a point in her life where she thought, I don't know if this is really what I want forever because I really haven't experienced anything else.
So she decided to make a fresh start.
She wanted to start over, do something different. So she took a vacation with her sister down to Miami. She was able to mix and mingle and meet new people, and she experienced new things. She felt like, you know what? Miami might be the place for me.
Diana and Luis went their separate ways, and she was looking forward to this new life in Florida.
But after only 6 months of living it up in Florida, Diana realized just how homesick she'd become.
She missed her mom, she missed her dad, she missed her friends. So she came back to New York.
She went right back to work in the same place.
What are you doing out here?
But now, just a few months after returning to New York, tragedy has struck.
Diana Casado's mother discovered her in her car, bleeding.
She subsequently calls 911.
When first responders arrive on the scene, it's clear what happened to her.
She had an apparent gunshot wound to the head.
But she is still alive.
She still had vital signs and was breathing.
27-year-old Diana Casado had left her life and her love in New York to find herself again.
She was down in Florida for several months in 2016.
She was feeling like she didn't really know who she was.
She couldn't commit to Luis feeling like this, so they split up and she went to stay with her sister in Miami.
But it didn't take long for her homesickness to bring her back to Yonkers.
She felt like the grass wasn't that much greener on the other side, so back to Yonkers it was.
And she quickly reconnected with Luis.
Her friends wondered if they would get back together.
But now, Diana's future hangs in the balance.
Let's get her out of here.
Patrol officers arrived and confirmed that we had a female who was shot at the location. She still had vital signs and was breathing, despite a gunshot wound to the head.
She was taken to the hospital down in New York City.
While officers transport Diana's mother to the station to get her statement, detectives take their first look at the crime scene.
Diana had been seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle.
There was blood all over inside the car.
We surmised that the suspect shot her as she was about to get out of the car because she was shot close range and the trajectory was downward.
While detectives don't locate any weapons at the scene, they do find evidence to point to the type of gun that was used.
There was a shell casing inside the vehicle.
It was a .40 caliber.
They also take note of what isn't in the vehicle.
There was no pocketbook in the car. They couldn't find her cell phone.
When you see that there's property missing, you start to lean towards it being a robbery.
Hopeful that someone may have seen the shooter, police start going door to door.
This was a highly populated area, and people were always coming and going.
And it doesn't take them long to find a witness.
One of the neighbors told us that they heard a gunshot.
I was in bed when I heard a loud bang.
Gunshots are not uncommon in that area of Yonkers.
People at that point kind of become rather numb to crime. Unfortunately, it was just another day in the hood.
But after the fact, she remembered that's when she thought she heard a gunshot.
She was absolutely sure it was 3:01 because when she heard the shot, she looked at the cable box and saw it was 3:01 a.m.
She ran to the window to look, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so she didn't call the police.
Okay.
If the shot the neighbor heard was the one to wound Diana, it would mean she was sitting in her car alive for more than 4 hours with a gunshot wound to the head before her mom found her.
The woman's statement doesn't help them identify a suspect, but it does give them a timeline. Now they can look to another kind of eyewitness.
There were several cameras in that area, and detectives hope they caught something, but it takes a long time to collect all that video, process it, and review it.
In the meantime, detectives head back to the station to talk to Diana's mom, Leonida.
She was extremely devastated.
Have you gotten any updates from the hospital?
She just went to surgery. They said it could be.
Her mother wakes up and realizes she's not home.
That's when she went looking for Diana and found her clinging to life.
How will her mother ever get that memory out of her head?
Can I go to my baby now?
Before they let her go, detectives need a little more information on Diana's personal life.
Was she seeing anyone?
Nothing serious since she returned from Florida.
Diana's mom explained that she'd been back in New York for a couple of months and reconnected with her ex, Luis, but they weren't exclusive.
So she wasn't out with Luis last night?
She said no, not that night.
We appreciate you coming in. I'll walk you out.
When Diana's father shows up at the station, he's just as shocked about what's happened.
Diana's father and mother were separated. Now,
So after Diana's mother found her, her brother showed up at the scene and then went back to her father's house and told her father.
There wasn't much anyone could do at the hospital, so he come to the station to help them find out who did this.
he was just trying to give us as much info as possible.
I can't believe it. I just saw her yesterday.
Could you tell us more about yesterday?
He said she went over probably about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
He told them that her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altaret Rivera, was staying with him, so he was there too.
So you're close with this young man?
Of course, he's part of the family.
Luis did things for him. He'd take him to a doctor's appointment, he cooked for him, he cleaned the house.
And Diana didn't mind this friendship?
She and Luis are still close.
They kept the relationship very cordial.
A lot of people thought they were going to get back together.
But like Diana's mother, her father has no idea who would want to harm her.
The dad assumed it was a stranger, the robbery.
When detectives sit down with her ex, Luis, he agrees.
They'd gotten his number from Diana's dad, and he was more than happy to come in.
When she parked her car, it's very dangerous. I even gave her a maid not to know.
This was looking more and more like a random crime, but law enforcement always wants to start with the victim's inner circle and then move out from there.
Luis confirms to detectives that he and Diana were still on good terms.
And you and Diana never had any problems? Never had a problem. No? Nothing physical, anything like that? Never.
He was very polite, very cooperative and cordial.
However, he does admit to being shocked by the way Diana ended their relationship.
He thought she was going to stay with her sister for a week vacation in Florida.
She told me she was going for 10 days, and she never came back. That was surprising too.
It also raises a red flag for the detectives.
Maybe he hadn't accepted their breakup.
Did you want to get back together with her? I would have loved to.
Luis was still in love with Diana.
But he knew she felt differently.
She don't want to have a serious relationship. We will still have sex, but not seriously, you know.
Luis tells detectives that he respected her decision and eventually realized it was time to move on.
He said he started dating and seeing other people as well.
I have a girl. Not like wife, but girl, friend.
And so did Diana.
Did she have other friends or no? No, she go out with females.
Diana was exploring her sexuality.
Diana was dating and she met a woman and she was in love.
The first suspect that most police officers look at are an intimate partner.
If she'd found out Diana was seeing Luis again, that could be a motive.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
As Diana Casado undergoes emergency surgery for a gunshot wound to the head, her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altaret Rivera, has just told Yonkers detectives that he'd heard she'd been seeing someone new.
He said she met a woman and she was in love.
But that isn't the only rumor Luis shares with detectives.
They broke up, I don't know, something happened with her.
Could Diana's new love interest be responsible for her death?
You need to consider people's motives. Could be this overwhelming jealousy of, a fear of losing Diana.
Of course, the fact that Diana was seeing someone new could also give Luis a motive.
How'd that make you feel? I didn't care because we didn't have a serious relationship.
To prove it, Luis tells them he was with his new girlfriend in the Bronx on the night of the shooting.
What time did you go down? It was like 1.
They went in the car talking for a little bit, and then he told her, hey, let's go to Yonkers. Diana's father bought me a bottle of rum from DR.
He then drove to the father's house, and then he brings her back down to the Bronx.
They sat there, drank a little bit, and then she said she had to go, and he went home.
I got home like around 5 something. In the morning? Yep.
Luis insists he has nothing to hide.
He gave us consent to search his vehicle to see his cell phone. We swabbed his person for gunshot residue.
And when the detectives follow up with his new girlfriend, she confirms everything he's told them.
His girlfriend in the Bronx was like, yeah, he was with me.
He had nothing to do with this.
It's a setback for the investigation. One that's made even worse when the detectives receive a call from the hospital.
Diana was taken off of life support, and she passed.
Anxious to find her killer, detectives waste no time tracking down their next suspect.
They were able to find the girlfriend's name through Diana's social media.
She was a young lady named Angelica.
But when Angelica shows up for her interview, she seems confused.
Can I ask what this is about?
I explained to her that Diana had been killed.
What?
She seemed really caught off guard.
Angelica tells them she'd had plans to see Diana the night before.
They were supposed to go out, but she ended up staying at work. They didn't meet up.
So wait, you two weren't broken up?
No, definitely not.
When was the last time you two talked?
It was last night, a little after midnight.
Diana was out at a bar.
She was with her friend Ricardo.
Just a friend?
For her, yeah.
Angelica thought Ricardo wanted more, but she didn't think Diana would ever go for it.
We had a good thing.
When detectives follow up with her supervisor, Angelica's alibi seems to check out.
She was working, and it was a distance away. We knew it wasn't her.
Ricardo White is now detectives' best lead.
He was the last person seen with her.
We were able to locate the gentleman to interview him.
Ricardo White?
Yeah. What's this about?
He was completely shocked to hear what had occurred.
Ricardo tells detectives that when he last saw Diana, she was very much alive.
I went to a bar, hung out for a little while.
She's having a good time, she's dancing, having a couple drinks.
At about 2:30, he walked her out of the bar. She got into her car. She drove off.
Ricardo claims he doesn't know where Diana went next. But is he telling the truth?
And how would you describe your relationship with Diana?
We're just friends.
Were you looking for more than that?
I mean, I want to say no. But she was with Angelica.
To the detectives, he seems genuine.
He was very helpful. He said, whatever you need from me, I will help. But I had nothing to do with this.
Requesting the surveillance footage from the bar confirms Ricardo's story.
It's Ricardo.
In the video, Diana is clearly seen leaving the bar at 2:30 a.m.
You see them on video walking to the car, then you see him coming back.
He's going back to the club for approximately an hour thereafter. And that would put him in the club long after we believe she was shot.
which means the investigation has now come to a standstill.
It's frustrating. You feel like you owe the family an explanation.
Take a seat, please.
But a meeting with Diana's brother is about to change the course of the investigation.
He wanted to talk to them about Diana's ex-boyfriend, Luis.
I know my dad loved the guy. He didn't know everything.
According to Junior, Diana's father thought Luis had always been a doting partner.
He's going to sit right next to her. He's going to get her drink. He's going to drive her to and from work.
But Junior saw Luis's behavior differently.
He said, he was very controlling.
You wearing that? Yeah. Put this on.
He saw him as someone who wants to be able to monitor her every move.
She couldn't do anything on her own.
When Diana decided to end the relationship and move to Florida, Junior was optimistic. But as soon as she returned to New York, he says Luis started worming his way back into her life.
He attempts to resume the controlling behavior, following her at work, trying to be everywhere she is.
He wouldn't take no for an answer.
Junior made sure to let police know that if anyone was capable of doing this to his sister,
Diana, what's this?
it was Luis.
Less than 48 hours after Diana Casado was murdered, her brother Junior has just told Yonkers detectives that they should be looking at her ex-boyfriend, Luis Altoret Rivera.
He saw him as someone who wants to be able to monitor Diana's every move.
He said Luis controlled everything that Diana did. He controlled what she wore, what she could buy, where they would go.
You wearing that?
Yeah.
Put this on.
It's a classic sign of domestic violence.
Put it on.
He saw her as an object. She was property to him.
He's got to be looked at for this crime.
However, the facts suggest Luis couldn't have pulled the trigger.
The gunshot residue testing they conducted on Luis came back negative. And they confirmed his alibi for the night that Diana was killed.
I'll walk you out.
At Junior's insistence, detectives decide to take a closer look at Luis.
Junior didn't know all the ins and outs of the couple's relationship, but he said one of Diana's oldest friends, Camilla Rhodes, would know more.
Called down to the station, Camilla seems just as convinced of Luis's guilt.
What her brother told you, that isn't the half of it.
She admits that when Diana first met Luis, she was desperately in love.
The beginning of a relationship, everything's amazing.
But she says the couple's age gap soon created a dangerous dynamic.
Oftentimes what happens when you have an older partner in a relationship with someone significantly younger, there is grooming that happens with the younger individual.
In domestic relationships that turn bad, there's often a trend of a controlling nature by one party, where that party tries to be present to every moment of their partner's life. There's a pattern of overwhelming control.
It's a common thread in many abusive relationships, especially those involving young people.
Younger teens and adults have not developed at that point your prefrontal cortex. Your prefrontal cortex is your powerhouse for making decisions.
For someone to come in, especially someone to come in with toxic traits, at that point, you don't even have the critical thinking skills to discern what is toxic about them and what is you.
Luis molded her into the person that he wanted her to be, which was almost like his little puppet.
And by the time they moved in together, Luis had full control over Diana's life.
He didn't work. He made Diana cook, clean, everything.
She paid the rent. He just lived off her and sucked her dry.
And over the years, his controlling behavior became even more extreme.
He would drop her off at work and watch, make sure she didn't speak to anybody.
After her shift is over, 8 hours later, he would take her home.
He was trying to dominate her every minute.
She lived this life that no one would want. He would pick out what he wanted her to wear. When she took a shower or a bath, he had to watch because he wanted to see if there was any marks on her neck, like hickeys.
If Diana was going to go visit Camila, then Louis was going to go with her.
Sometimes they're in a restaurant or in a club. He'd be outside watching to see what she's doing.
I thought it was crazy, but I didn't want to step in the middle of their relationship until I saw the bruises.
That's ridiculous, man.
Wait, Diana, what's this? It's not a big deal.
She told her, like, look, you know, you have this bruise. Did he do this?
She said, he hit me, he threw me up against the wall.
Camilla urged her friend to get help, but Diana was too afraid.
She said, I'm not going to get an order of protection because that's going to really set him off.
She did not want to get her family involved because she was afraid what he would do to them.
You need to tell someone. Don't do it. He'll hurt my family.
He had threatened to do harm to Diana's mom, Diana's brother.
Imagine the burden that she had to carry.
Diana was physically abused, but I want to say the mental abuse was worse. Fearing for her mother, her brother, her father.
However, Camilla says that after nearly a decade together, Diana began plotting her escape.
She told Luisa she was going to stay with her sister for a week vacation. She intends to set up permanent residence.
She was cleaning the slate and starting a new life down there.
Unfortunately, Diana's fresh start wasn't what she bargained for.
He soon follows her down there.
Did he find her?
No, but he was looking.
He didn't know where she lived.
He was trying to get the address, but she wouldn't give it to him. But he continued to call her.
This guy just would not leave her alone.
She would always have it in the back of her mind that at any given moment, Luis Rivera could pop out of the woodwork and terrorize her.
Convinced she'd never find peace in Florida, Diana eventually moved back home.
She went back to work at the same location.
In an abusive relationship, it's not really recommended for you to return back to the location in which you were abused.
But Diana felt there was no escape.
She was stuck. This guy wasn't going to let her go.
He found her, and the same cycle continued.
She was afraid to tell him no.
They started seeing each other once in a while.
It was to keep him happy, just so he didn't, react or harm her family.
But Diana had refused to stop living her own life.
She met a woman, and she was fond of her.
It was overwhelmingly happy for her, like just being with this new person who made her feel good and didn't tear her down. She was ready to just embrace whatever came forward.
But Camilla fears that Diana made a fatal mistake.
She had a conversation with Louis 2 days before she was killed. She basically told him, it's over. I'm not going to be with you. I'm never going to be with you.
I tried to stop her. I didn't think it was a good idea.
She told Diana, you might be signing your own death sentence.
It's over!
Yonkers police now know that nearly everything Diana Casado's ex-boyfriend, Luis Altoret Rivera, told them about their relationship was a lie.
There was a big disparity in the way Luis described the relationship and how other people described it.
It wasn't a good relationship.
This guy is abusive.
And when police check Luis's criminal record, it's clear that's not the only thing he lied about.
He had an extensive record. In 2007, he threw something at his wife at the time.
They had a really bad relationship. He would beat her in front of the kids.
In 2009, he had an assault, unlawful imprisonment. That was a domestic violence with his wife again.
He held her against her will for a period of time, and he assaulted her and poured floor cleaner down her throat.
There was also a domestic disturbance with his niece in the Bronx. He's always been very abusive.
Which makes detectives wonder, did Luis kill Diana?
Luis claimed to have been with another woman, and this other woman vouched for him.
However, his phone records tell a different story.
He told police he was with his new girlfriend from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. on the night of the murder, but his phone showed he was still texting her at 3 a.m.
If you've been sitting together in a car or anywhere else, why would you be texting?
His alibi's not adding up.
When detectives follow up with Luis's girlfriend a second time, she quickly cracks.
She soon realized that we knew more than she thought.
And at that point, she's like, no, you wasn't with me that early.
He had told her to tell the police that they were together from roughly midnight till 5 a.m. When in truth, he spent about an hour and a half with her from about 3:30 to maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Detectives aren't surprised when she explains why she lied.
She was afraid that she would end up like Diana Casado if she didn't say that he was with her.
Cell phone evidence also places Luis in the area of the crime scene that night.
His cell phone is pinging off cell towers in Yonkers beyond 3:30 in the morning.
He wasn't in the Bronx where he said he was.
The cell phone towers connected them to the homicide.
Even with Luis's alibi proven to be a lie, detectives have no hard evidence that he shot Diana.
We needed a physical evidence.
But they end up with something even better.
A few days after the shooting, police finally received the results from their video cameras.
I was in bed when I heard a loud bang.
Our ear witness told us she heard a gunshot right at 3 o'clock. 2 minutes after that, we have Luis walking on video about 100 yards from the location. Further, we have him carrying on his back a purse.
When he gets down the hill, there is a dumpster right around the corner.
He dumped her pocketbook and its contents into the dumpster.
He closes it and he walks down the block.
It's the smoking gun detectives have been looking for.
There was little doubt in anyone's mind that Luis was the suspect and the murderer.
There's just one problem.
He was no longer anywhere to be found.
Days go by without any sign of Luis.
His cell phone went completely dark.
They couldn't find him. He was basically on the run.
When police break the news to Diana's family, they're furious at Luis's betrayal. But no one is more shocked than her father.
The father didn't know any of the stuff that was going on with Louis and his daughter. He didn't know how he was mistreating his daughter.
But Dad's mind, he's like, when could he have possibly have left to actually commit a homicide?
He thought, he's laying on my couch. He was here when I woke up.
How can you commit something so grotesque and still be able to be sound asleep hours later? The thought of it for Dad, understandably, was just unfathomable.
It broke my heart because her father told me I only let him stay and I was nice to him because I thought if I was nice to him, he would be good to my daughter. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Eventually, Yonkers police recruit the help of the FBI to track Luis down.
They helped us with tracking his cell phone. He was all over the place. Connecticut, Florida. But by the time you get to that location, he's no longer there.
He seemed to always be one step ahead.
More than a year goes by without an arrest in Diana's case.
Being patient is very difficult, especially when you know who your suspect is.
But the police refuse to give up.
When it comes to something so heinous as what happened to Diana Casado, we will find who did it, and we will eventually bring you to justice.
Then finally, in March of 2018, they received new information on Luis's whereabouts.
This is Benjamin.
He went to Puerto Rico to his father's house.
Once again, he's managed to slip away. But this time, he's left a sickening trail.
We found out that there was actually a girlfriend in Puerto Rico who was murdered 13 months after Diana was. And he's a person of interest in that case.
Her name was Ilia Milan Melendez.
He got a phone call one day from his uncle that she was at a bar and she's drunk. He comes over to the bar and forcibly drags her from the bar, puts her in his car, and that's the last she's seen.
She was found nearly decapitated in a shallow grave by a beach.
I mean, this guy he's a psychopath.
In the aftermath, Luis had disappeared again.
How long can this go on? It became that much more important to not leave him free for any longer.
Then, in February of 2019, investigators get the break they've been waiting for.
We were able to get a new cell phone number for him. He's in Vancouver, Washington.
He knew we had to move quickly.
We got on a plane and went out there.
It's time. Let's grab him.
Two years after the murder of Diana Casado, Yonkers homicide detectives have followed their suspect's trail across the country to Washington State.
We found out where he was living. We went over, knocked on the door. He opened the door.
Put your hands up!
We explained who we were, why we were there, and asked, would you come with us? He said, sure, no problem. He was very cooperative.
In an interrogation room, police present Luis with the evidence against him. He seems unfazed.
Look, Luis, we know you lied to us. Do you have anything you want to say?
Even after putting holes in his story, Luis didn't concede to being untruthful about his timeline.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you let your guard down, he can sweet talk anyone.
The detectives know someone like Luis will never confess.
At one point, Detective Guy says, look at me and tell me that you didn't kill Diana. And he just smirked. He always thought he was one step ahead. He was just smarter than everybody. He was gonna get away with it.
But in the end, his denials don't matter.
Let me see your hands.
We had enough to go and charge him with the murder.
Sit tight.
They had made arrangements to have him extradited back to New York.
For Diana's family, news of the arrest lifts a weight from their shoulders.
It was very emotional for Detective Geis and I to be able to tell the family, hey, we got him.
The family, I have to say, God bless them, because I don't believe I would be that patient. They're a beautiful family, truly.
And on May 23rd, 2022, when Luis stands trial, the prosecution doesn't hold back.
They said this crime was cold, calculated, and fueled by Luis's jealousy and his need to control Diana.
She told Luis that she was in love with a woman and that was it. Like, she was done with him and she was gonna move on.
That was the tipping point.
He took that as a sign of disrespect, like, who do you think you are?
So in the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2017, police believe Luis contacted Diana and asked her to meet him.
She did agree to meet him.
We have very good evidence that Diana picked up Luis around 2:45 in the morning.
We have video of her car actually going towards the direction where he was living. And then it comes back. And it looks like there's two people in the car.
And then we were able to follow her car on camera, and she parks down the parking lot shortly thereafter.
All right, Luis, what is this about?
Her guard was down. She was expecting a conversation, one of the many conversations that they had had before.
But Luis was planning something else.
They started arguing about their relationship.
Diana, I love you.
No, this isn't love. I can't keep doing this with you.
When Luis realized it was finally over, he pulled out a gun.
To show that he is still in control, he did something that ended it all.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Prosecutors argued that the surveillance footage proves Luis's guilt.
The gunshot was at 3 o'clock.
At the time, the cameras in the area caught him walking from the scene all the way down to where he finally threw out Diana's purse.
The video evidence was just so overwhelming.
But the defense disputes the details.
The defense in the case was, yeah, that's Luis on video, but you haven't proven that he was the one who killed her.
For the jury, there's no question who ended Diana Casado's life that night.
The jury came back less than 2 hours and convicted him of the second-degree murder.
When they said guilty, it was such a great feeling.
You never know with a jury. And when they said guilty, man, I was like, wow, this is great. This is great.
1 month later, Luis returns to the courtroom for sentencing.
Diana's mother was able to make a victim impact statement.
She spoke from her heart, and she broke down. Her family broke down in the audience.
She just said, you know, you took everything. You took my life away. I'm dead. Diana was everything to her. They were not only mom and daughter, but they were best friends. She said, you didn't have to do this. You destroyed my life. I have nothing now.
She begged over and over, why? Why did you take my beautiful daughter? And there was no answer. The judge rendered his sentencing, which was 25 years to life.
Diana's family was so grateful that finally he was going to pay for what he had done. Now he's away. He can't hurt anybody else.
We were able to do it. We were able to give him justice.
But for Luis's other alleged victim, justice remains out of reach.
There's another woman in Puerto Rico who also was killed.
My understanding is that they still are actively working the case.
I hope for the victim's family in Puerto Rico, the same thing happens.
Either way, Luis will spend his life behind bars, while his victims' memories will live on.
I remember her mother telling us, I just thought she would be forgotten. And we were like, no, we're not going to forget.
It's a story that needs to be told.
If you find yourself in a relationship that is unhealthy, then it's important to share, to not keep this just to yourself.
Domestic violence happens way too often. Don't.
If we could identify who had made those bite marks, was it another way of identifying who had carried out the murder?
You just couldn't take it in, because something like that doesn't happen to you, and especially in Dereham.
He had no remorse, he's just pure evil.
In April 2008, an ambulance was called to a flat in Dereham, where the paramedics found the body of a woman with stab wounds and bite marks to her face and chin. What began as a simple murder case turned into one of the most challenging investigations that Norfolk police had ever dealt with. Situated halfway between Norwich and King's Lynn is the town of Dereham, home to 47-year-old mother of three, Elaine Walpole. On Tuesday, the 29th of April 2008, a friend raised the alarm after not seeing Elaine for a few days.
Elaine's neighbour hadn't seen Elaine since the Saturday. They used to see each other every day, and so he was concerned that she may have fallen and had some sort of medical episode in her flat, and called an ambulance.
Paramedics had forced their way into the property, where they saw Elaine dead on the floor. DCI Fry of Norfolk Police's major investigation team took over the case the following day and went straight to the flat.
The scene was really quite chaotic. There were smashed plates and things strewn all over the floor. Some of the contents of drawers that have been pulled out and the fronts broken off. It was really very untidy.
DCI Fry needed to quickly establish what had gone on.
It was a case of door-to-door inquiries. Intelligence needed to be gathered around what we knew about Elaine, what we knew about any of her family and friends. Anything that had been happening in that particular area of Dereham. Had there been a spate of burglaries going on that she might have disturbed someone, just a general gathering of intelligence that may assist the inquiry.
While police were making inquiries, the forensic team at the crime scene were building up a picture of events leading up to Elaine's murder.
The state of the crime scene, to me, does suggest that there was some sort of altercation, fight, argument. But it does seem to go beyond what would have occurred just as a result of a struggle. The whole thing really seems to speak of somebody who was very angry, maybe seeking to intimidate and dominate, and really maybe demonstrate power and control.
The residents of peaceful and picturesque Dereham were oblivious to what had happened.
Dereham is a good place to live. It's at the very heart of one of the loveliest counties in the country, Norfolk. So it's surrounded by beautiful countryside. And it's a place where you can get to know people and be known.
Dereham's a fairly tight-knit community. Everybody gets on with everybody, I think. Quite a lot of us know what everybody else is doing. Not always for the good. But generally, yeah, it's a pretty good community spirit around Dereham. People look after each other.
Police quickly established that Elaine had family living locally. Unfortunately, they were about to receive some devastating news.
I was at home with my children when I got a phone call to say my mum had died. It didn't seem real. I just felt numb. After I got the phone call, I phoned my sister. She was at work.
My sister called my manager and asked me to call her back immediately. It was really urgent. At that time, I didn't know what was going on, so I called my sister as quickly as I could. She told me that Mum had died, and that's all we knew. We didn't know how, we didn't know when, we didn't know why. We just knew that she was dead.
I first heard of my sister's death in the bank in Dereham. Everything was going through my head because you don't want to believe it.
We all went round to my Auntie Jackie's to see if anyone could shed any light on what had happened, because at that point no one told us anything. The police didn't tell us anything. No one told us what was going on. We sort of had to use our imagination, I guess, and try and work out what had happened. So that was quite difficult.
Until a post-mortem was carried out, police couldn't be certain about Elaine's cause of death. All they had to go on so far was what they had found at the scene.
Elaine lay with her head in the kitchen, and there's a pool of blood around her head. She was naked from the waist down, and she had several stab wounds, including one that went through her neck. There were some what looked like perfectly round circular marks, one on her right cheek and one on her chin. And initially I thought possibly she'd been hit with the bottom of a beer bottle with that slight stippling.
Police needed to identify the mystery marks, a clue that could lead to the killer.
I've been to probably between 50 and 70 scenes where there has been an unexplained or suspicious death. And you know, they can be extremely upsetting, but you focus on the job and really put it out of your mind, because you know, it's a job to do. Initially, with the examination of the scene, it was unclear how Elaine had died. It was rated as an unexplained death. The following morning, when the post-mortem examination results came through, which showed that she had 3 stab wounds and about 50 other injuries, including the 2 unexplained injuries on her cheek and her chin, I upgraded it to suspicious death.
Suspicious death was a term police used for probable murder. It was time to share this news with her family.
When we found out that my mum had been stabbed, me and my family, we just couldn't believe it. We were shocked. Couldn't believe it at all.
Devastated, shocked. I was just unreal, really. You just couldn't take it in, because something like that doesn't happen to you, and especially in Dereham. You know, we were just, totally in shock.
The investigation team needed to look further into evidence found at the crime scene for clues that would lead them to Elaine's killer.
A knife was found on an arm of the sofa near to where Elaine lay that was identified as the knife that had been used to stab her. There was a broken bottle on the floor in the lounge that revealed a fingerprint. There were some boxer shorts still on the floor there, and a receipt from where she'd been to the shop the previous Saturday. That led to an inquiry to go and find out what she'd bought. And then that shop had CCTV, so we looked at securing that CCTV and looking through that to see if she was with anyone or if there was anything of value to be gained from there.
Accessing the shop's CCTV footage and identifying the fingerprint would take a while, so the police looked further into Elaine's life.
Elaine had a son and 2 daughters. All of them lived in the Dereham area. Clearly a close bond between them, and she obviously looked forward to their visits.
Elaine was born in Hackney in London in 1960 and moved to Dereham aged 19 in the late 70s.
She got told she couldn't have children, but later on she found out that she was due to have twins, and obviously she was ecstatic, really. You know, we was all happy for her. And then she had twin girls, and then she went on to have a little boy.
I used to go and visit my mum every Friday with my nan and my children, and on the Friday before she died, she was laughing around with the children, dancing and singing with them. My mum was quite a private person. She didn't have many friends. One of her friends was her neighbour, and he used to visit her as well.
Essentially, she lived quite an isolated life. Her family visited her regularly, and she had a routine of going to the shop every day and then returning home and spending most of the day on her own or in the company of a neighbour or whatever in her own flat.
It was clear to police that the person who saw Elaine most regularly was the neighbour that had reported her missing.
When we first found out what had happened to Mum, we all assumed it was her neighbour because she'd had run-ins with him in the past. So we all automatically assumed it was him.
A planned arrest was made on the neighbour to try to either eliminate him from the investigation or see whether he was actually responsible. That gave the opportunity to do a proper search of his flat, recover his clothing to see if there was any transfer of bodily fluids. Having arrested the neighbour, he was interviewed and he was able to give an account of his movements from the last sighting of Elaine right through till the Tuesday, which we followed up on. And it was clear within a few hours that it was unlikely that he was actually involved in her murder, and therefore he was bailed so that we could focus our resources elsewhere.
One day into the inquiry, it was clear that Elaine Walpole's neighbour was innocent, leaving the police with no suspects. Without a concrete lead, finding her killer was some way off. Police were investigating the death of 47-year-old Elaine Walpole, found stabbed to death in her home in April 2008. They believed it was murder, and news of the crime had spread in the normally safe town of Dereham.
At the time of Elaine's murder, I was running a pub just up the road, just a few minutes walk away from the flats that she was killed in. It was a big shock to everybody. Things like that don't seem to happen around here. It was a shock.
Dereham is a very low crime area. There's no doubt about that. The statistics prove it. And so when something like this happens, we can't come to terms with it very easily, and there's this element of unknown and what's happened and just basic shock.
That was on the news, in the paper, on the radio. Everywhere you sort of went, there was everybody talking about it, so you couldn't really keep it private. I used to hold my head down sometimes in town when I went in town, because I thought, oh God, who's looking at me now? Because I felt like everybody was looking at you.
The police were waiting on forensic tests from the crime scene, and before long, results started to filter through.
After 2 days, the fingerprint from the bottle in the lounge was identified, and it was shown to be that from a young man called Juvenile Ferreira.
Records stated that Juvenile Ferreira was a 16-year-old boy from the Gambia.
The problem was the fingerprint was on a bottle, which is a movable item, and therefore, conceivably, he may have been into a shop, picked a bottle up, put it back down again, then Elaine gone in later, selected the bottle and taken it back to her flat. So the fact that his fingerprint was in her flat was interesting, but the fact that it was on a movable item meant that I couldn't call him a suspect at that stage.
Police had also discovered a shop receipt from 3 days before Elaine's body was found and had been waiting for access to the corresponding CCTV.
The receipt found in Elaine's lounge identified a purchase in a local shop around about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and by looking at the CCTV we identified that she was in the shop with Juvenile Ferreira. A clear image of him on the CCTV, facially and from behind, clearly with Elaine, selecting some alcohol and then leaving with her. So with the images of Ferreira in the shop and the fingerprint in Elaine's flat, he was obviously becoming of greater interest, but not necessarily enough to be technically called a suspect.
There was time to investigate Juvenile Ferreira further.
Police National Computer is a tool that police officers use every day. If they suspect a car to have been stolen, they will check that on the computer. If they stop someone for some reason, they will check on the Police National Computer. If that person's wanted, it will be logged on there, and their criminal history is also logged on the computer, so they will know what those sort of people have been up to.
Ferreira was showing up on the Police National Computer as having been arrested a few hours after he was spotted on the shop's CCTV footage with Elaine.
Ferreira had initially acted quite strangely in the memorial gardens around lunchtime on the Saturday, where there were some people taking photographs, etc., and he'd acted a little strangely towards a lady there. He'd then gone to a garage sale on the Norwich Road, somewhere between the shop where he'd been seen with Elaine and Elaine's home address, and he was at the garage sale there, and again, quite upset, one of the ladies there, and was asked to leave. Also around that time, it would appear that he met up with a young lad on a nearby road, asked to borrow his bicycle and rode off on it. That bicycle was found in Elaine's flat.
After stealing the bike, Juvenile Ferreira was spotted at around 4 p.m. on the CCTV with Elaine, and he continued to cause disturbances in Dereham that evening.
He went into the centre of town, where his behaviour became quite odd. He was leering through a window at a young girl there. He lay on the bonnet of a car and was acting very strangely. Several different young couples were concerned at the way he was behaving. And then he went into a supermarket, grabbed, I think, a bottle of wine and ran out of the supermarket. And it was as he was running away, he was rugby tackled to the ground by a member of the public who happened to be someone from a nearby army base. The police arrested Frere and took him to the police station, where he was found to be really quite inebriated, unfit for interview, and so he was searched and put into a cell overnight. He was found to have no underwear on, but he was basically laid down for the night to sober up, and then he was interviewed the following morning about the theft from the supermarket and his conduct in the centre of Durham. Before Frere's release, Frere's fingerprints and DNA were taken.
2 days later, Elaine's dead body had been found.
At that point, we didn't know exactly when Elaine had died. We didn't know that Frere was actually responsible for that. We knew he was involved in this fracas in Durham, but there were still many questions left to be answered and a lot of detail to be found.
Police now knew Ferreira had been acting strangely around the time of Elaine's murder, and that he was one of the last people to have seen her alive. But they needed more concrete evidence.
The next big step forward was a DNA hit. Swabs taken from Elaine's body had been sent to the forensic laboratory, and semen from juvenile Ferreira was found on those swabs. A clear link between the incident and juvenile Ferreira, and he was now a suspect.
Elaine and Ferreira were from different walks of life, but the bodily fluids indicated she'd had sexual contact with this 16-year-old boy. It was the evidence the police had been waiting for.
So now we had DNA from Ferreira on Elaine, and putting that together with the fingerprint, the CCTV image of her with him, he became the main suspect, and he was put on the police national computer as a wanted person.
Juvenile Ferreira's elevated status meant that all UK police forces were on red alert, ready to seize him should they come into contact with him.
Almost simultaneously to the DNA hit coming through, we received a phone call from Hertfordshire Police. They had stopped juvenile Ferreira in Hoddesdon, and I was able to tell them to arrest him and take him back to the police station.
Back at the station, police began to piece together his movements after causing mayhem in Norfolk 11 days earlier.
Having been released from the police station in Durham, he'd returned home, and then the following morning he'd made his way to London, where he'd tried to get on to the Eurostar.
Just a day after he was seen with Elaine, Ferreira had tried to flee the country.
He wasn't allowed to get on because his papers only allowed him entry to the UK and not to the Eurozone as a whole. And he then made his way to Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire.
In Hertfordshire, Ferreira had shoplifted, got into fights and robbed people, revealing a picture of a youth out of control. He had been in and out of police custody, beginning on Saturday the 26th of April, the day of Elaine Walpole's suspected murder. Finally, the net was closing in on the police's prime suspect in Elaine Walpole's horrific murder. In Norfolk, all the evidence in Elaine Walpole's murder was pointed to one man, and the police were desperate to talk to him. Elaine had been found naked from the waist down, with multiple injuries, and juvenile Ferreira, aged 16, was the young man police had arrested for her murder, but not yet charged.
Following Ferreira's arrest, I arranged for a search of his home address to be carried out, and in his bedroom, several items that linked him to Elaine's murder were found. A purse belonging to Elaine was found there, a SIM card and a phone, and there was a pair of boots with a blood stain on it, and that was later found to be Elaine's blood. He was represented in the interviews and basically said very little. I remember the interviewing sergeant saying to me that he was very surprised Ferreira seemed a lot older. But we carried on with the interviews. He said very little, and then gradually, as we gathered all the different evidence together, the property found, there was his DNA, I was in a position to approach the CPS and ask to charge him with murder.
The CPS agreed, and on the 10th of May 2008, 11 days after Elaine Warpole's body had been found, Juvenile Ferreira was charged.
Juvenile Ferreira was charged with murder, but as a juvenile, he had to be treated differently. He was kept in a different prison, and if convicted, would be subject to different term of imprisonment. Roughly a third of that he'd be expected as an adult.
Well, when we got told by the police that they'd caught someone, obviously we were, I don't know, we were sort of like, your mind's all over the place, because obviously you're happy that someone's been caught, but obviously we wanted to know who it was and why. So obviously it was all in sort of like mixed emotions, really.
Ferreira was held on remand at Feltham Young Offenders Institute while police continued investigating him, discovering that he'd moved to Durham from the Gambia in 2007. But confirming Ferreira's age was proving to be difficult.
We still had our suspicions that Ferreira was older than he was actually saying. Inquiries in the Gambia with the Attorney General indicated that travel documents could be obtained just by saying what your date of birth is without any evidence, and therefore they weren't a real true reflection of someone's date of birth. Ferreira's mother, who had moved to England, wanted to take him from the Gambia back to England, and therefore had applied for his travel documents stating a date of birth that made him at that time under 16 and a dependent. The Attorney General on my behalf made inquiries at the school where Ferreira had been and obtained his school certificate, but because he'd moved from Guinea-Bissau, where he was born, to the Gambia, we couldn't be absolutely sure when he'd started his school, and therefore that wasn't evidence of his birth and his age.
Not being able to clarify Ferreira's age was a blow, but the police still had work to do in preparation for the trial, so focused on his relationship with Elaine.
We wanted to know how Ferreira met Elaine, how well he knew her, and from inquiries it appeared that Ferreira was refused to purchase either alcohol or cigarettes in the shop and had gone outside and then asked Elaine to buy something for him, then returned into the shop and then walked away from the shop in the direction of her home address with her. As far as we know, that was the first time he had met Elaine.
Ferreira's semen was found on Elaine's dead body, pointing to sexual contact between them. But to add sexual assault to the existing murder charge, DCI Fryer had to disprove consensual sex. Police needed to find out more about Elaine's personal life, and they returned to the family.
Elaine would always tell you stuff, even if you didn't want to know about it, she'd soon tell you about things. So, yeah, she'd definitely tell you if she had a boyfriend.
I'd never heard of him. She'd never mentioned him to any of us, so we were very shocked that she would be involved with someone so young. We didn't know anything about him, or why they would even come to be acquaintances in the first place.
As far as her family were concerned, Elaine wasn't in a relationship with anyone at the time of her death, let alone a random 16-year-old boy. The suggestion was upsetting, and more distressing was that they still hadn't been able to lay Elaine to rest.
One thing that the family found very difficult to deal with was the delay in being able to hold Elaine's funeral. The problem is that we hold our post-mortem as soon as we can, but the defence have the right to hold their own post-mortem so that they can check the evidence that we've obtained. And therefore we have to have caught someone, charged them, and then given the defence the opportunity to carry out their own post-mortem. And in this case, the defence delayed and the post-mortem wasn't carried out for several months.
Having the funeral after 4 months, it was obviously a huge weight had lifted off our shoulders that we were able to have the funeral. But we knew that the trial was coming up, so we still had that to deal with. So we were still all really anxious and worried about the outcome of the trial.
Unfortunately for Elaine's family, a new development at Feltham Young Offenders Institute suggested Ferreira wasn't going down without a fight.
Whilst we were preparing the case, we were contacted by the prison where Ferreira was being kept, and we were told that he had written on the wall of his cell, "I didn't kill her, she was my girlfriend, for goodness sake, I'm only a kid." This gave an indication of the defence that Ferreira may be putting forward at court, that he knew Elaine, that she was his girlfriend, and it's quite common for people to remain sort of denying the offence right through the system.
Graffiti, more commonly, is a way in which individuals make a statement about themselves to the world. It's how they want to be seen. Now, that might have a tactical element in that he's trying to influence people's views of his culpability, but it could be that he's trying to convince himself, because some sexual murderers don't like admitting even to themselves what they've done.
Police now had to prove that Elaine and Ferreira were not in a relationship as he claimed, and that a violent sexual assault had taken place. They went back to the evidence from the crime scene.
A big conundrum was the injury to Elaine's face, to her cheek and her chin. It looked like a circle of identical marks, if you like. Could it have been the bottom of a bottle? Could it have been a pill packet in someone's hand as they struck her on the face? What had caused those marks? So I contacted the National Injuries Database for their expert opinion. And they said to me that it's a possibility that it was bite marks. They provided me with several experts, and I decided to contact forensic odontologist Freddie Martin.
It was now turning into an incredibly complex investigation for Norfolk Police, needing to call on a forensic odontologist, otherwise known as a forensic dentist, to help them out.
Forensic odontology is extremely useful to police and prosecutors. On the crime side, it's not uncommon in murder cases for the perpetrator of the murder to bite their victims. And they might bite them extremely viciously as well. Sometimes they're very vicious biting. And in rape cases, for instance, it's very common to find bite marks. And by examining the bite, photographing it, taking impressions from suspects and that sort of thing, it is often possible to match up the perpetrator with the victim.
I sent Freddie photographs of the injuries, and after careful consideration, he was willing to give his expert opinion that they were bite marks. This was exciting because if we could identify who had made those bite marks, it was another way of identifying who had carried out the murder, but also it helped towards boxing off any defence as to consensual sex.
DCI Fry needed to prove these bite marks belonged to juvenile Ferreira, to charge him with sexual assault as well as murder. The police also needed to prove their suspicions that he was over 18. But with less than 2 weeks until the trial, the investigation team were running out of time. Police in Dereham had been investigating the death of Elaine Walpole, stabbed to death in her Norfolk home in 2008. They had charged 16-year-old juvenile Ferreira with murder and were keen to add a sexual assault charge after his DNA was found on her body.
So the swabs from Elaine's body were sent as a priority, and other exhibits followed later on. As it happens, the boxer shorts that had been found there, later on, they were found to have Ferreira's DNA on.
With only 2 weeks until the trial, the police had a limited amount of time to prove that bite marks found on Elaine's body had been inflicted by Ferreira.
In order to prove that he had created the bites, we would need teeth impressions, and The problem with that is that they're classed as intimate samples and they can't be taken other than with the consent of the person. And when we approached Ferreira's solicitor, he refused. Without the dental impressions, we couldn't prove that Ferreira had caused those marks on her face. However, we would be able to bring it to the attention of the court that Ferreira had refused, and therefore an adverse inference could be made against Ferreira in the subsequent trial.
This meant the judge could tell the jury that Ferreira had refused to produce the dental impressions, knowing it might hurt his defence.
The solicitor rang CPS on the Thursday before the trial and said that they would give permission, clearly in order to stop any adverse inference being made.
The police had just one working day before the trial to get the evidence they needed from juvenile Ferreira.
I rang the odontologist and he said that he'd get onto it straight away. He went to the prison the next day, obtained the teeth impressions, worked on them over the weekend, and by the Monday he had positive proof that the bite marks were made by juvenile Ferreira biting Elaine on her face and on her chin.
The new evidence meant that 16-year-old juvenile Ferreira stood trial charged with both the murder and rape of Elaine Walpole, with the police confident she had never had consensual sex with him.
Throughout the trial, juvenile Ferreira maintained a defence that he was in a relationship with Elaine and that he had consensual sex with her and had left her alive and well on the Saturday and had no knowledge of her murder. This was clearly upsetting for the family, him suggesting that he was in a relationship with her, which they didn't believe at all, and it was really the only way he had to go to try and explain the sexual element to the offence.
We had no idea why they would be associated with each other. They seemingly come from different walks of life. Obviously, my mum was a lot older than him. We don't know why their paths would have crossed.
One can only speculate, but it is possible that he experienced something like a perceived rejection, or that she wouldn't comply, maybe with sexual advances. Perhaps because of the state that he was in with the alcohol, or the emotional state he was in generally. Maybe he was just all too ready to take out his feelings on her.
In his defence, Ferreira claimed that on the Sunday after his release from the police station, he'd returned to Elaine's flat and found her dead. He said that he was shocked by what he saw. He'd moved the knife, he'd got blood on his hands, and he'd washed his hands, and that somehow that's how blood from Elaine had got onto his boot. At some point he claimed that it was possibly a drug dealer that had committed the offence, again upsetting the family. And when he was challenged as to why he hadn't reported what he'd found to the police, he said that he'd gone to the police station but they was too scared to go inside, and so he hadn't reported it. He continued to deny biting Elaine. He continued to deny any violence towards Elaine, but he did admit stealing some of her jewellery.
Having stayed silent in interviews, Ferreira was now claiming he had known Elaine was dead before the police did, but wasn't responsible for the killing.
Going into court and seeing him standing there, the person that killed my mum, was horrible. I made eye contact with him and he stared me out. He had no remorse, he was just pure evil.
DCI Fry felt the prosecution had a strong case against Ferreira, with CCTV, fingerprints and DNA evidence, plus the forensic dentist who took the stand.
Freddie Martin was obviously a key witness, and he came along to provide the evidence that Ferreira had caused the bites on her face. And as we waited outside court, I spoke to Freddie about our problems identifying a real age for Ferreira, and I said to him, it's a pity you can't age someone by their teeth like you can a horse. And Freddie turned to me and said, well, you can.
When you're trying to prove that somebody's over the age of 18 or whether they're under the age of 18, then it is the third molar tooth, the wisdom tooth, that is the one that's going to give you that essential bit of information. You would expect that tooth to start to erupt into the mouth about 16, and 3 years later you would expect the root of that tooth to be fully formed.
This new information was an important breakthrough. If Ferreira had fully formed wisdom teeth, he would be at least 19 years old. But the prosecution and the defense had already given evidence, and the jury were now ready with their verdict.
On the 15th of December 2008, Ferreira was found guilty by a unanimous verdict.
He was convicted of the murder and rape of Elaine Walpole.
When he'd been found guilty, it felt like a weight had been lifted off our shoulders, and finally my mum could have some peace.
It was at this point, if he had been sentenced as a juvenile, he would have got a third of the sentence that he would as an adult. And this was the point where we approached the judge through the barrister to ask for more time to prove Ferreira's true age.
A conviction for murder and rape would have meant just 8 years in prison if Ferreira was sentenced as a juvenile.
After the guilty verdict, we then got told that it would be adjourned until further investigation on his age, and we were relieved that they were actually going to sort out his age and so that he would get the sentence he deserved.
As x-rays of Ferreira's teeth had recently been taken to prove he'd bitten Elaine, the police already had the medical records they needed to analyse.
Freddie Martin, the forensic odontologist, went to work on the x-rays of Ferreira's teeth to try and prove exactly how old he was. The really crushing news was that, in fact, he had a deformity in his teeth and the last set of molars weren't even there, and he couldn't prove through his teeth how old Ferreira was.
There are certain abnormalities that can occur with the development of the third molar tooth. The roots can become fused. It may have a high degree of a curve on the end of the root. It may not fully form, and then it makes it difficult for the forensic odontologist to actually use that third molar tooth as a method of age assessment of that individual.
The news was terrible, really. We'd really hoped that that would be the final thing to show how old he was, and it had been ripped away from us. And we were up against the clock. We had to get some sort of evidence to prove his age before he was due to come back for sentencing. I talked it through with Freddie, and he said, well, there are other ways of proving someone's age. There are different bones in the body that develop at different stages. The wrists, for instance, the bones in the clavicle, through the sternum. But he said he wasn't really the right expert to do that. We needed our own expert, a forensic anthropologist, to give expert evidence as to Ferreira's age through his bones. There was a real problem here because it's so difficult to get someone out of prison for any reason, but to take them to hospital for x-rays is unheard of.
It was another race against time, as police went about trying to arrange further x-rays of Ferreira, now a convicted murderer. Ferreira's defence were also making things difficult for the investigation.
The defence demanded that their expert be present when the x-rays were taken, but the prison said that no one was allowed to know where the procedure would take place beforehand, and therefore we had to arrange for the defence expert to be picked up by police officers and taken to an unknown location to be present as the x-rays were taken. The prison sent him along attached to the biggest prison officer you've ever seen. There was no way that they wanted any chance for him to escape.
X-rays were taken of Ferreira's body, which DCI Fry immediately sent to their forensic anthropologist to analyse.
Julie Roberts was able to say, through the development of the radius of the bones within his wrist, that Ferreira was probably around 21 years old, but at the very least 19. That meant he was an adult. That meant that he would be sentenced as an adult.
On the 27th of March 2009, after an 11-month investigation, Juvenile Ferreira went back to court and was sentenced, as an adult, to 22 years imprisonment, roughly 3 times what he would have got as a juvenile.
This was excellent news. Every time we thought that we were getting somewhere, there'd be another block put in the way. And it was a long journey, but this was the end of the road, and we were able to achieve exactly what we set out for.
The police were amazing. They went above and beyond what we ever thought they would do to secure a long sentence for us.
I think everyone was just relieved that after so long, we'd finally gotten justice for Mum. Although it won't bring her back, we are happy with the sentencing, and we can just try and move on and obviously never forget her and what happened, but we can...
It still doesn't seem real that my mum's not here anymore. It's just like a nightmare, really. You never think it's going to happen to you as a family, but it's happened to us.
She's too young. She shouldn't be there. She should be here. She should be here with us. And we all have a miss her.
Thanks to Norfolk Police's dedication to the pursuit of justice, Juvenile Ferreira started a full and just sentence for the murder of mother and grandmother Elaine Walpole that would keep him in jail until what the police believe will be well into his 40s.
Beware the shadows. Who knows what danger lurks? Take the darkest fairy tale and bring it into modern times. Weeknights at 10 on Sky Mix. Grimm.
She was a young woman who had a whole life ahead of her. Everybody was jittery, wondering what had happened to her.
Really a very dangerous person. This is the real whodunit.
Crimes don't really happen here. She'd been placed inside a suitcase. This was a brutal, horrific murder and an awful way to leave the body of a teenage girl.
I've been a criminal lawyer for over 30 years, and I've never dealt with a case like this before.
To have 3 trials is very rare, but the case was of such importance.
He would have walked free. And given what he'd done before, we were in no doubt that he was a dangerous man.
Nestled in the southwest corner of Kent, the so-called Garden of England, this is the leafy, historic town of Royal Tunbridge Wells.
I would describe Tunbridge Wells as a safe family sort of location, wealthy and middle class.
There's a really low level of crime in the area. I feel very safe walking around at night.
People enjoy a very peaceful life on the whole and generally go about their business.
Tunbridge Wells is your archetypal Middle England. It's picturesque, it's surrounded by beautiful countryside. Crimes don't really happen here.
But that picture postcard image was about to be shattered. Kent police receive a call about a missing person, 17-year-old Terry Edmonds. The day before Easter Monday, Terry had arranged to meet her boyfriend, but she never showed up.
This was really out of character. She stayed in contact with her boyfriend regularly. She texted him on the hour almost, and he did the same back to her. They sent multiple texts to each other each day. So the fact that she did not text him was really unusual and set the alarm bells ringing.
Terry's boyfriend sent her 20 texts, but she never replied to any of them.
Her boyfriend got concerned, tried to phone her, didn't get any response, and then alerted her mum. And her mum then reported her missing to the police.
This disappearance was out of the ordinary for the happy-go-lucky teen.
She was bright and intelligent. She had 8 A-grade GCSEs. She was fiercely independent. She was a teenager who was turning into a young woman.
She decided to spread her wings, leaving home at just 16 to live in a housing association hostel in the centre of Tunbridge Wells.
She had aspirations to be a nurse. She was waiting to join college. She was too young to start training at that point to be a nurse. But from everything that we've heard, she was a caring, lovely, independent and headstrong, her mother said, but a young woman who had a whole life ahead of her.
She was very popular, lots of friends, was a girly girl. They described her as always liked to look nice, took care of herself.
But those friends were all equally puzzled at her disappearance, the only lead police have. She was 5 miles away in the town of Tonbridge when she last made contact.
She was in touch with her boyfriend, and she'd been to Tunbridge for the day, and she said, "I'm in Tunbridge Park, I'll be coming back soon." And then she didn't arrive back in Tunbridge Wells. So we started doing some searching in Tunbridge, because that's where she was last heard of.
So police cast their net wide, searching parks, old buildings, rivers, anywhere the missing teen could be. But the trail runs cold. With no other options, police appeal to the public and press for help. Her disappearance makes a big splash across the local media.
Tunbridge Wells is a place where crime doesn't normally happen. It's a tranquil place. So when a teenage girl goes missing, it becomes a news story. And Terry was just 17 years old. She had a mother, she had a boyfriend. So that's a story of local significance.
Terry going missing was really shocking for the people of Tunbridge Wells, and people were extremely worried. Everybody was jittery, wondering where she was and what had happened to her.
It's a closed community, people talk, so if there's something that does happen, then word does spread quite quickly.
It's 10 days since Terry went missing, and still no word from her. The family makes another desperate appeal to the public.
As time passed, we get more and more concerned when someone doesn't stay in contact. And what we were really more concerned about with this case was she'd not been in touch with her mum. Her mum would tell us that Terry always would respond to her. Even if it was a, "I don't want to talk to you," she would get a response. So when that didn't happen, obviously the concerns were raised.
Concerns are also rising across her close-knit hometown of Tunbridge Wells.
I think as the days went by and Terry was missing, fear started to grow that something terrible had happened to her. And there was a big community effort. There were posters everywhere. The taxi drivers all carried flyers. And there was even an information point by police for 2 reasons. One, to gather information, and other reason to try and reassure people, because there was a lot of worry at that time.
In the meantime, police have been trawling through hours of CCTV footage close to where she was last seen, in the nearby town of Tonbridge. Suddenly, there's a breakthrough. Terry is spotted at Tonbridge railway station on the day of her disappearance.
When we checked the CCTV, we actually found that she had actually got on the train to go to Tunbridge Wells. And then checking the CCTV at Tunbridge Wells railway station, we found that she had got off the train at Tunbridge Wells. So at that point, the searching moved from Tunbridge to Tunbridge Wells.
The investigation suddenly picks up pace in the hunt to find the missing teen. Police now draw up a search plan using this new CCTV sighting.
The last sighting of Terry Edmonds was at Tunbridge Wells rail station, where she got off the train at 6:23. So she walked across here, and Terry was never seen again.
Investigators plan a search grid around this last known location. The hunt leads to the supermarket car park opposite the station. On the 12th day of Terry's disappearance, there are reports of frenzied police activity on wasteland next to the car park.
This area was absolutely cordoned off. There were police everywhere, police vehicles, so the public had absolutely no entry. They closed the car park off while forensics were working at the scene, so this was an absolute no-go area for the public.
The search teams had made a grim discovery.
The suitcase was discovered under a vehicle ramp going into the car park. And when the searching officers opened it, they found a young lady's body. She was in a fetal position in that suitcase.
This young woman appeared to have been mercilessly strangled.
She'd been placed inside a suitcase that had been well hidden behind a wall, a squalid, desolate and dirty spot to leave a young girl's body. This was a brutal, horrific murder.
When the suitcase was found with a body inside, I think it was the news that everyone had been dreading in a way. But I think most of us had that sinking feeling that it was going to be Terry.
Police in Tunbridge Wells have been searching for missing teen Terry Edmonds. On the 12th day of her disappearance, they make a gruesome discovery under a car park ramp close to the station. The body of a teenage girl is found stuffed into a suitcase. She'd been strangled.
This was a brutal, horrific murder, a desperately tragic and awful way to leave the body of a teenage girl. The person who killed her had no sense of humanity to leave a teenager in such a position.
The body in the suitcase was found behind a wall, just here. Immediately, police taped off the area, and there were lots and lots of police officers, forensic teams, sifting through the area looking for evidence.
Police are in no doubt that the body in the dark green suitcase is tragically Terry's.
We had to go through formal identification process, but we knew from the description that that was Terry in the suitcase.
The next day, the body is formally identified as Terry Edmonds. The news rocks the idyllic town of Tunbridge Wells.
To hear that she'd been murdered and her body found in such an awful way, stuffed into a suitcase, I think people were absolutely horrified and so sad.
Terry's disappearance quickly turned into a murder investigation, and that really sent shockwaves through the close-knit community of Tunbridge Wells. It scared people, primarily because she was a young teenage girl, but also because there are many parents in Tunbridge Wells who feared that there could be a killer on the loose.
To quell residents' fears, police presence is stepped up across the town. Investigators hit the streets, carrying out door-to-door inquiries for any leads on the killer.
Kent Police followed a lot of lines of inquiry. They had 50 police officers working on it. They were talking to quite a few people in relation to her disappearance and death.
The post-mortem reveals horrifying injuries to the young teen.
The details of the post-mortem were shocking, they were horrific. And as a seasoned journalist, it was upsetting. Terry had endured a really brutal and violent attack. She had been physically overpowered. She'd been raped, and she'd suffered a number of injuries. And her last moments would have been truly horrific.
The post-mortem examination showed that she had grazes on her back and she'd been strangled.
Terry was strangled by a scarf that she was wearing. She looped it through, and by pulling it tight, he'd strangled her. She had some facial injuries where she'd taken some strikes to the face as well.
And she was probably smothered with a pink sheet, which was found away from the scene.
Blood is found on this mysterious pink sheet, which is retrieved with Terry's trainers and her cigarette lighter in a pile of rubbish close to her body. They're sent off for analysis at the lab. But it's the suitcase that police hope could be the key to finding her killer.
Once the body had been removed, then the suitcase itself was considered as a crime scene. And that crime scene was essentially packaged up carefully and submitted to the Forensic Science Laboratory for examination.
Police hope testing for traces of DNA could provide answers to some of their biggest questions.
Initially, we were looking to see where the suitcase had come from. Could we have an owner of the suitcase? Could that be a big clue for us?
Whilst the lab pores over the suitcase, the spotlight falls on the person who raised the alarm. Terry's boyfriend. New evidence comes to light about a fallout with his girlfriend.
The last person that the police were initially aware of that had spoken to Terry was her boyfriend, and they'd had a row. Bearing in mind, most murders are committed by people that are known to the victim.
Samples of the boyfriend's DNA are also found on Terry's body.
Police investigating the disappearance of 17-year-old Terry Edmonds have today made an arrest.
Detectives arrest Terry's boyfriend at his home in the nearby village of Hadlow. He's taken in for questioning.
He was living with his mother in a house in Hadlow, and when he was arrested, police went to his property, uniformed officers were stationed outside, and forensic officers went into his house and conducted a search all night.
But eventually, this would draw a blank.
They did release him without charge because it was quite clear he was not involved in any way, shape or form. And it was clear he was at work, and there was no way that he was involved.
With the boyfriend eliminated, police focus on the suitcase. Forensic scientists have been putting their star piece of evidence under the microscope, and the suitcase has yielded a significant lead.
We recovered various samples, including a sample of DNA from the retractable handle. And the retractable handle had like a little switch on it. So we recovered material from that switch, and that DNA profile matched an individual that was of interest to the police investigation. That was a light bulb moment in the investigation, because we felt that, you know, that would lead investigatively to the identification of a suspect.
So police make a second arrest, and the man is brought in for questioning. It's a turning point for the investigation.
That suspect, in this case, turned out to be the previous owner of the suitcase. Now, that person then gave information to the police to say, that is my suitcase, but I gave that suitcase away. I believe, actually, it was given to the Salvation Army, so a charity donation.
As the police hit another brick wall, the clock's still ticking, and there's a brutal murderer on the run.
Clearly a dangerous person, clearly a very dangerous person, and trying to get them. This is the real whodunit.
So detectives have to go back to the drawing board, refocusing their efforts on the location where Terry was found. The car park. Through their inquiries, investigators discover it was often part of her regular journey through town.
And she used the car park as a short cut through, if you like, to make her way back to the hostel that she was staying at, that was just at the rear of the car park.
Though nothing on the police's CCTV trawl shows Terry's last suspected steps through it.
There was no CCTV in the car park itself, but there was CCTV at the exit, and she wasn't seen to leave. So we checked everything, double-checked it, triple-checked it. We couldn't see her leave.
Police can now prove Terry never left the car park, which means she must have been killed there. They double down their efforts to find out who else could have been using it on the Easter Monday evening she went missing.
We had to look wider, and we were looking at other people. And within the car park in Tunbridge Wells, there were some people that we called the rough sleepers. They were homeless people who'd found certain areas of the car park, stairwells of the car park, that they used as accommodation. And on those stairwells, certain people sleeping rough there on cardboard mattresses, sleeping bags, duvets, that kind of thing. We started looking at those people to see if there's anyone there was of interest to us. We made inquiries to the rough sleepers in the car park. Did any of them own a suitcase? And they all denied it.
But intelligence from an officer on the beat suggests otherwise.
A local police officer told us that he knew of one person who had a suitcase. And we looked through our records and we'd spoken to that person, he denied it. So there was a reason why he denied being the owner of a suitcase.
With their suspicions raised, detectives head straight back to the car park. They need to find the rough sleeper whose story doesn't quite stack up.
We then went and spoke to him again. He said he did have a suitcase, but someone had stolen it, and it was kept in the stairwell. Someone had emptied his clothes out from it, and the suitcase had gone.
But for investigators, something about his story doesn't seem right. So they arrest him. Perhaps this new suspect could blow the case wide open. In Tunbridge Wells, 17-year-old Terry Edmonds has been found dead. She was sexually assaulted and dumped inside a suitcase next to a car park. Police have made another arrest. A local homeless man has been brought in for questioning. 21-year-old Philip Bell.
He confirmed that the suitcase that Terry was in was the suitcase that he had previously owned. And we asked him more about it, but he insisted that the suitcase had been stolen.
Nevertheless, there were little glitches in his story that were starting to cause the police concern, and that's when they started to kind of zone in on him as a suspect.
Although police can find no evidence that their victim, Terry, knew Bell, they realise this isn't the first time he's had a brush with the law.
Philip Bell came to Tunbridge Wells from Salisbury, and he sort of set up a base in Tunbridge Wells.
He had left school at the age of 15 without any qualifications and had started living on the street. He got involved in petty crime. He became a drug dealer.
Philip Bell had been in Tunbridge Wells for about 2 years, living rough, and he was heavily into drugs, so cannabis, crack, speed, solvents. So he was a big drug taker and just drifting around, really.
And Bell's transient lifestyle puts him at the location where police believe Terry met her fate. The car park. Through their inquiries, police are told Bell had set up home on the landing of one of the disused stairwells. In the basement of that stairwell, forensic investigators find something sinister, with a link to Terry.
She had some dirt, some debris on her, inside her clothes, that was directly linked to the bottom of the stairwell. And at the bottom of that stairwell, her blood was found.
The fact that her blood, her being in that stairwell and injured was really important because it identified the attack site, essentially.
So police have found their murder scene. But during questioning, Bell denies he was ever in the stairwell or even the car park at the time when Terry disappeared.
He told them that he had nothing to do with Terry's murder and he hadn't even seen her.
However, when investigators seize his clothes, something raises their suspicions.
Having taken his trousers, they noticed that he had grazing on his knees, and that was consistent with him being astride Terry when he assaulted her and grazing his knees.
Now, he said he'd done that playing football. Now, we interviewed all the people that he used to play football with, and none of them ever remembered him actually falling down or hurting his knees whilst playing football in the time frame we were talking about. So again, that disproved part of what he was saying.
Although the case against Bell is beginning to build, the evidence is largely circumstantial. Detectives still don't have enough proof to charge their prime suspect with murder.
With there being no other evidence at that particular time, we had to release him on bail whilst we carried out other inquiries.
It's a blow for the investigation. Just days later, searching for answers about her daughter's death, Terry's mum once again makes an emotional public appeal.
I am begging you, please, if anybody knows anything, however little, get in touch, because anything to help catch the person that's done this will help.
Over the next months, detectives work 24/7 in the hope to get the potentially dangerous Philip Bell back behind bars. They doggedly trawl through hours and hours of the town's CCTV footage for anything that could link him to Terry's disappearance. Suddenly, something catches their eye.
It was sometime later we were looking at more of the CCTV and we found Philip Bell. We'd found him walking past the railway station and going into the car park just a few seconds after we suspect Terry had gone in.
Although we never saw him and Terry together, it was clear from the timing that he followed her in moments after she went into the car park.
Police now have proof that their suspected killer and his victim would have crossed paths. And that's not all.
We then, about an hour later, we had CCTV of him leaving the car park. So that sort of brought us to a conclusion that she'd gone in, he'd gone in shortly afterwards, he'd come out, but she hadn't. So that added to our suspicions that he could have been responsible.
For the investigation team, this is really big. The new CCTV blows apart Bell's claim that he wasn't at the murder scene at the time of Terry's attack.
Initially, when Philip Bell was arrested and interviewed in May, he denied that he'd returned to the car park. Although there was no CCTV or eyewitness accounts from what happened within the car park, the CCTV was absolutely crucial because it demonstrated that Terry and Philip Bell were effectively on a collision course as they entered the car park.
Detectives also spot something strange about Bell's clothing as he leaves the car park.
When we suspect was the hour in which Terry was killed, he came out wearing a different pair of jeans. And we were able to identify that from CCTV because one pair was baggy and one pair was slim-fitting. So we were asking why had he changed that clothing?
Soon, investigators come up with a sinister theory.
Our theory was that he had got blood on his trousers, taken and disposed of those trousers, and changed them in that hour. Because why else? Why would you suddenly change your trousers halfway through the day?
Could this explain Bell's change of clothing? There was only one way to find out. Philip Bell is rearrested and questioned by detectives once again.
He maintained that he was not in the car park around that time on that day. He was then shown the CCTV, which put him in the car park for an hour and him leaving that car park. And he admitted then that he had been in the car park that day, and he actually admitted that he'd been in, it was called the Lonely Staircase because there was no exit from it to any main part of the car park. It was where Terry was actually killed.
But Bell is adamant he never saw Terry or took part in her attack.
Philip Bell had said during that hour between him going to the car park and him coming out of the car park, he'd been in his sleeping area smoking quite a large amount of cannabis.
What he said was that he was, his words, stoned on cannabis, which was illegal. That's why he lied to the police about where he was.
During that lost hour Bell couldn't account for, he claimed to have smoked over 7 grams of cannabis. But evidence from a drug specialist would blow holes in his story.
We were able to disprove that through the use of a drug expert who was able to analyse the CCTV of him walking in and him walking out, and saying, walking out, he was not under the influence of cannabis, such as would have been the case if he'd consumed what he said he had.
It seems the suspect who claimed he was high was walking far too steady on his feet.
He couldn't be walking in that way if he was smoking a large amount of cannabis in a short period of time.
For the team's advisors at the Crown Prosecution Service, the case against Bell is beginning to stack up.
CCTV evidence was absolutely key in this case because it provided evidence to undermine Mr. Bell's initial account that he hadn't returned to the car park, and it also gave us evidence that he changed his clothing as well during what we called the lost hour between him entering the car park with Terry and then leaving the car park after he murdered her.
Meanwhile, the forensics lab also has exciting news. An item of Bell's clothing that was seized during his first arrest has also yielded a result.
In the CCTV of Philip Bell in Tunbridge Wells, he was wearing a very distinctive hooded top. It was a Fat Farm hoodie. And that hoodie was submitted to the laboratory for examination. And on it was a blood stain. It was a very small blood stain, about the size of a penny, that matched Terry Edmonds.
And the lab finds more evidence on Bell's belongings that were seized by police in the stairwell where he slept. On his sleeping bag, 2 large stains of blood. Through DNA testing, these are also confirmed as Terry's.
It was absolutely pivotal in the case because it demonstrated that there was a very clear link between Terry Edmonds, her being injured, and the belongings of Philip Bell and that stairwell.
To add to that, the pink sheet found near Terry's body, that's suspected of being used to smother her, throws up more clues in the forensics lab.
Not only did it have the blood of Terry Edmonds on it, but it also had a very partial footwear mark, and that footwear mark was matched to Philip Bell's training shoes. So collectively, and I suppose circumstantially, things were starting to build as a case against Philip Bell.
Is this the final nail in the coffin for the prime suspect? Forensic investigators find a semen stain on Terry's underwear. That's a partial DNA match to Philip Bell.
Today, a local man, Philip Bell, has been charged with the murder of Terry Edmonds.
With the evidence stacked against him, the 21-year-old homeless drug dealer is charged with the murder of Terry Edmonds. The news spreads through the town of Tunbridge Wells like wildfire.
It meant for the first time we could actually legally name him as the man in connection to Terry's murder.
When Philip Bell was charged, I think there was enormous relief that perhaps they had found Terry's killer. Before that, there had been a little bit of impatience from the public.
Next day, Bell appears at Sevenoaks Magistrates Court charged with Terry's killing. The scene is set for his trial at Crown Court just 3 months later.
So when there was this breakthrough and it was publicised, I think people felt finally Terry's killer will be brought to justice.
In Tunbridge Wells, 17-year-old Terry Edmonds has been found strangled and sexually assaulted, then stuffed inside a suitcase. With the evidence stacked against him, 21-year-old homeless man Philip Bell has been arrested and charged with her murder. He's spotted on CCTV following Terry into a car park, and his hoodie has a stain of blood belonging to his victim. Detectives have built up a chilling theory of how he carried out the attack.
He tried it on with her, she refused, and he then attacked her, killed her, and sexually assaulted her. But having done that, he was a homeless person with no car. He had no means to get rid of the body, but he had a suitcase. So he put the body in a fetal position in the suitcase.
A year after Terry's disappearance, Philip Bell's trial begins at Maidstone Crown Court. He pleads not guilty to her murder.
The thing that struck me about him was he was completely emotionless the whole time. You look into their eyes, and there was nothing there. It was quite chilling, actually.
But as the trial progresses, police realise convincing the court of Bell's guilt may not be an open and shut case.
The case against Bell relied entirely on circumstantial evidence. There was no smoking gun. There was no witness who saw him kill Terry Edmonds.
I think that Philip Bell also had a very good defence barrister who was able to just chip away at the little bits of evidence.
It became really a massive trial. I was giving evidence for days on end.
And before long, Bell's defence team has a trick up their sleeve to try and raise doubts in the jury. They point the finger at another rough sleeper in the same car park, one of Bell's associates.
The man had a conviction for manslaughter. And because he lived in the car park, it was suggested by the defence that he was the murderer.
Not only that, but the defence's new suspect could undermine one of the team's key pieces of evidence, the footprint on the pink sheet used to smother Terry.
The man had a pair of Converse trainers found in his possession, which were linked to the pink sheet found at the scene, with a bloody footprint that matched that pair of trainers.
Following a dramatic trial lasting 6 weeks, the jury retires. After 22 hours spent deliberating, they failed to reach a verdict. For Kent Police and the prosecution team, their worst fears have come true.
All the evidence against Philip Bell, it seemed very strong. So it was very disappointing for Terry's mum not being able to get any justice, and for the rest of her family.
With no verdict reached by the jury, the judge orders a retrial. 7 months later, a second trial begins, and a brand new jury hears the case against Philip Bell.
But again, we had the same situation, with evidence being chipped away at by the defence team.
I was thinking, oh no, not again, because I was really concerned that it would be the same Groundhog Day kind of scenario.
This time, the defence focuses on Bell's hoodie. They claim there was an innocent explanation for Terry's blood on it.
They suggested that Philip Bell had brushed past the area where Terry's blood was and got it on his top. Again, I think that what they did was they raised a doubt about that, and the jury just couldn't be sure of it.
Following 19 hours of deliberation, the jury has news.
I think it's fair to say you could cut the atmosphere in that courtroom in Maidstone Crown Court with a knife.
Once again, a jury has failed to reach a verdict.
This is another massive blow for Terry Edmonds' family. They'd sat now through 2 lengthy trials.
There was, on my part, a real sense of shock and disappointment when the jury were unable to return a verdict, and then having to decide what we were going to do.
The team is on the verge of calling it quits.
Now, if we'd done that, Bell would have walked free, and Terry's killer would never have been brought to justice.
But in a last-ditch effort to save the case, the prosecution tries for something rarely attempted in British legal history. A third trial of the same defendant.
And so we argue that it was in the interests of justice to go a third time, which is unusual.
It was the right thing to do, that we had an overwhelming case, that Terry had been murdered by Philip Bell.
It's a close call, but the judge sides with the prosecution and agrees to keep Bell in custody until the retrial. So the team has one last chance to put Bell behind bars.
If the case fails, then he is going to walk free, and he could be dangerous.
So the prosecution goes back to basics. First, they tackle Bell's claim that he brushed past Terry's blood left on the stairwell. Forensic scientists run tests using the same small amount of blood that was found on Bell's hoodie. This tiny amount would have started drying if he'd touched it after the attack.
So you can see that if the blood has started to dry quite considerably, the stains start to break up. They're quite gritty, they're quite flaky.
But the stain on Bell's top seemed fresh, questioning his version of events.
The blood stain on the hooded top was not flaky, it was fresh-looking blood that had been transferred, so it demonstrated that it wasn't drying blood. So that blood must have transferred very quickly after it was available, which started to put Philip Bell being involved in the assault on Terry Edmonds and being exposed to her blood after she was injured.
Not only is the forensic evidence building better than before, this time the prosecution have also found a new star witness who has come forward to the police.
A 15-year-old girl came and gave her account about how she had been invited to go to the stairwell that Philip Bell was staying in.
And quite chillingly, she described what we believed had happened to Terry, her being straddled by him and being bruised by him and him trying to assault her. But very fortunately for her, somebody came and disturbed them, and she was able to escape.
That was just exactly how we imagined that the attack had taken place on Terry.
And you could hear a pin drop. It was compelling evidence, and it showed in law that he had what we call a propensity to commit this type of offence.
As the prosecution's case seems to get stronger, Bell's testimony on the stand just falls apart. He admits being on the stairwell landing at the time of Terry's attack, but says he saw nothing.
He's within 10 feet of Terry being murdered, and yet sees and hears nothing. It was fanciful.
So a jury considers the evidence against Bell for a third time. Just 3 hours later, they announce their decision. Guilty.
It was a day of jubilation, really, for the family. There were loud shouts and cheers as the verdict was announced in Maidstone Crown Court.
There was an outpouring of pent-up emotion that had been there for a long period of time.
It was extremely satisfying when we were able to hear the guilty verdict and realise that we'd achieved some sort of justice for Terry's family.
Philip Bell is eventually sentenced to 28 years in jail.
He was evil. That's how the judge described him after the trial, and that is a fair description of him.
Justice is a consolation for the family, but it will never bring their beloved daughter back. Terry was a bright, intelligent girl, and she had a long life to look forward to that was cruelly taken away by Philip Bell. For no reason, really.
And the case has left its mark on the quiet Kent town of Tunbridge Wells.
I think Tunbridge Wells has never really got over the murder of Terry Edmonds, and I think the wounds are still there in Tunbridge Wells because Terry was part of our community and a lovely young woman. You could feel that fear and sadness that this had happened in our town.
The threat has resurfaced, placing the very thing everyone needs to survive under attack. It's a waterfall of bad news for Cobra in new cyber war on Sky Mix, Thursday at 9.
Police have launched a murder inquiry after an elderly woman was found dead at her home in Fleckney.
I was gobsmacked. There's something could happen like this, literally on my doorstep.
This case was one of a kind. Not only the nature of it, but the brutal nature of it.
When I found out, it just floored me. How? Why could that happen?
This is an old lady who's been murdered and seriously sexually assaulted in her home.
How could somebody that I'd grown up with be capable of doing something like that?
A lot of people were generally scared.
This just doesn't look right.
There was no sign of forced entry, so it was obvious that it was somebody that she knew.
Open the door!
Right, at this moment in time, I'm arresting suspicion of murder.
Seven miles south of Leicester, in the heart of the English countryside, lies the quaint village of Fleckney.
Fleckney is a quiet village. It's very close-knit. It's like it has its own little bubble. People are very, very close. Everybody knows everybody. Most people are related in Fleckney.
Beautiful rural settings, friendly people, local community is fantastic. But yeah, lovely, lovely place to live and grow up in.
It's not the sort of place where a lot of crime happens. I'd been to Fleckney a few times. That had nothing to do with crime. I'd been there to judge a talent contest. I think it was called Fleckney's Got Talent.
The people who live in Fleckney are generally well-to-do. It's quite a low-crime area. There are retiring people there. There's some retirement bungalows around there. There's not a lot of throughfare. The people who are in Fleckney are generally the people who live there rather than the people who visit there.
And it was this perfect, idyllic village that 72-year-old Jane Hings chose to retire to.
Jane was an only child, and her mum and dad sadly passed away years before, which left her on her own with no immediate family around. Jane was quite a private person. She didn't like everyone to know, her business, and kept herself to herself, really. But once you got to know her, she opened up more, and it was just fun. She had quirky ways about her, but she was kind and she was caring.
Everybody in Fleckney knew Jane. She relied on people to give her a lift to the hairdressers, to the shops, things like that. She was inoffensive in every way. People didn't have bad things to say about her. And in her life beforehand, she worked hard.
Jane took pride in her appearance. She'd always, regular having her hair done every few weeks, and she'd always sort of make sure she was nicely dressed. And put on a bit of makeup so she'd still try and make the effort to look nice.
Having worked overseas as a nanny, Jane had settled into retirement, whilst also taking care of her much-loved rescue dog, Paddy.
He was spoilt rotten. Everything she did was for Paddy. You know, you'd go in, there'd be dog treats stacked up to the ceiling. We'd lie on a bed at night and could look with her.
Whilst Jane used friends and neighbours to help walk Paddy, in the summer of 2017, an accident meant she needed a lot more care.
Goodbye. Jane had a fall and was admitted to hospital for about 3 or 4 weeks.
She'd suffered some injuries when her dog Paddy had pulled her over, and then when she came out of hospital, that's when she needed the carers and she needed help in getting around, and she couldn't go very far.
But the community came together for Jane, and she slowly got back on her feet.
She was the sort of person that people warmed to, they liked her, and they were happy to help out.
Then, just a few weeks after leaving hospital, tragedy strikes.
On the Sunday morning, Jane's carers went in as they were meant to, about 7 o'clock in the morning. Jane's front door was unlocked, which is normal. They went in. She was laid in bed. The cover was pulled up over her head and both of her arms were raised above her head. When they peeled back the duvet, which had covered her head entirely, they saw that she had died.
The carers are puzzled that Jane's body is covered completely by the duvet and call for an ambulance. Then, they notice something else unusual. Items are out of place in Jane's usually meticulous house.
And when the ambulance arrived, they could see that she'd been dead for some time. And the paramedic who was there, he looked around and could see that there'd been an untidy search. Some drawers were open, some things were knocked over.
Items were strewn across the floor, drawers were open.
Here is a lady who's died with the cover over her head, with the arms raised above the head, and it looks like there's been a burglary that's taken place.
With police at the scene, suspicions grow that this is not a natural death, and the house is immediately cordoned off. But with no obvious injuries, how Jane died is still a mystery, which means detectives begin to theorise what could have happened to the pensioner.
Is it a burglary that's gone wrong? Is it Jane who's suffered a heart attack following a burglary, or whether she has passed away and then a burglary has happened afterwards, or whether this is somebody who has murdered Jane and then burgled the bungalow afterwards?
The first step for detectives is to establish how Jane died.
I received a phone call from the duty detective inspector who said they had a death. They weren't 100% happy with it, and they would value my opinion on what was going on.
Dr. Hamilton attends the scene, and as well as the unusual way Jane has been tucked into her bed, his suspicions are raised further.
And the most immediately concerning thing was that her nightdress appeared to be pulled up, and that seemed very unusual for somebody who simply died in their sleep. This just doesn't look right, it doesn't look normal.
As suspicions are raised that she could have been the victim of a sexual attack, Jane is taken for post-mortem. But almost immediately, everything changes.
This is HFM.
Police have launched a murder inquiry after an elderly woman was found dead at her home in Fleckney. Her body was discovered in a bungalow on Elizabeth Road. It's thought the victim died at some point during Saturday evening or in the early hours of Sunday.
Whilst transporting Jane, a shocking piece of evidence has been found.
As we took the body, a tongue bar fell from one of the creases in the skin. Ms. Hings didn't have a tongue piercing, so we have evidence of somebody else very close to her body. That ultimately became one of the most important pieces of evidence in catching the killer.
On a quiet Sunday morning in the village of Fleckney in Leicestershire, residents are waking up to disturbing news of a possible murder on their doorstep.
This is HFM.
Further tests are being carried out to try to determine what killed an elderly woman in her own home in Fleckney. It prompted police to launch a murder inquiry following the discovery of her body in the property on Elizabeth Road. There were signs of a disturbance in her bungalow, which has led officers to believe she may have been the victim of a burglary.
72-year-old Jane Hings has been found dead by her carers early on a Sunday morning. Her house has been burgled, and there's signs she has been sexually assaulted. Police are treating her death as suspicious and have cordoned off the scene.
There was police take from the tree round to the lamppost. You couldn't get to where, if you can just see that red car behind this thing, that was all blocked off as well, because that's the back of her house. It's not something we expected to ever happen in Fleckney. It's such a quiet village, a nice village. I was gobsmacked. There's something could happen like this, you know what I mean, on my doorstep, literally on my doorstep. And for people that I knew.
It's a place where you can leave your doors and windows open. Everybody knows everybody. But, you know, this sent shockwaves through the community. And I think that a lot of people would have felt generally scared.
With the village inundated with police vehicles, Jane's loved ones are also confronted with the news of her death.
I'd arranged to go over to Jane's on the Sunday morning to take Paddy for a walk. And as usual, I was running late. And I'd had no phone call, which was really strange. And then I pulled into the close where she lived and just saw loads of police cars, police vans, forensics, and yeah, that's when I found out. So I last spoke to Jane the night before. I was supposed to go and see her that day. I'd been on holiday, so I hadn't seen her for a couple of weeks. And we were on the phone for about an hour. I miss Jane. I miss the phone calls. There was so much she could have talked about her life, and I didn't get to hear any of it. And my phone is so deadly quiet all the time.
Whilst moving Jane's body, pathologists have discovered a tongue bar in her groin.
The investigation then shifted from, is this a burglary that's gone wrong, to this is an old lady who's been murdered and seriously sexually assaulted in her home.
That tongue bar was put into an evidence bag immediately. Everyone knew that this was potentially important. That went straight off. It was fast-tracked through the DNA lab.
As detectives wait for the DNA results, utmost on their mind is that this might not be an isolated incident.
One of our first lines of inquiry is to research cases of a similar nature, and we conducted a number of checks looking at anybody who was already convicted and in prison who could have been on day release for the same offence. But then this case was one of a kind. Not only the nature of it, but the brutal nature of it.
Immediately, door-to-door inquiries begin.
When officers initially attended the scene, they tried to identify people who would know Jane the last time that she was seen or spoken to.
Officers investigate whether Jane had any enemies in the village.
When we looked at Jane's past, there was no fallouts with anybody. There was nothing to indicate somebody with a vendetta, somebody with a grudge, any past history with anybody which would tell us this person has a long-running grudge against Jane and would want ill of her.
But locals have their own suspicions.
When the police first came, they said there was no sign of forced entry or anything like that, so it was obvious that it was somebody that she knew.
And it appears that whoever stole from Jane took some of her most precious items. Her wedding ring and a necklace are missing, along with her mobile phone, handbag, and £200. But police find an item they suspect doesn't belong to her.
Behind that bed, between the headboard and the wall, was a baseball cap found on the floor.
It was a designer cap, something that didn't belong to Jane.
The question police want to know is, whose hat is it? And did its owner have anything to do with Jane's death? With the post-mortem results in, it's apparent Jane has suffered a brutal attack.
Really tellingly, she had lacerations, she had tears, both to her anus and to her vagina. The external injuries were really focused around the mouth and the nose and the upper neck area. Ms. Hings didn't have that many injuries on her body, but what there was told a story. There was a little linear graze, a scratch on her neck, and we know that her necklace was missing. It would certainly fit with somebody having pulled that necklace and it scraping across the skin. The most important thing that the post-mortem brought out in itself was that there was no natural cause for her to die. No natural cause for Miss Hings to be dead. In addition, there was some quite disturbing bruising around her jawline, around her mouth, something that really makes you think we have to be sure that this woman hasn't been strangled or smothered.
Less than 24 hours after Jane was discovered, the fast turnaround DNA profile from the tongue bar is returned from the lab.
That profile was put into the DNA database, and they soon had a match. They had a hit, and that match was Craig Keogh.
26-year-old Craig Keogh's DNA was on file, as he was known to the local police as a petty criminal. Now, he was part of a major manhunt.
Craig Keogh was a local lad. He grew up in the area. He still lived in the area. Craig led a transient lifestyle. He doesn't have a car, he didn't have a phone, he didn't have a job, he didn't claim benefits. So trying to work out where he lived in the Fleckney area meant we had to do a lot of inquiries at a fast pace, but in a discreet way as well.
Police managed to trace Craig to a caravan which was on the outskirts of Fleckney, but not very far from where Jane lived.
Once we'd identified that he was living in a caravan, we sent officers there.
Someone in the caravan! Police! Open the door! Police, open the door! Someone with a dark hair in there.
And there was a slight standoff of about 30 seconds where the caravan was surrounded and Craig took some time coming to the door before he was arrested.
Right, hands behind back.
Right, at this moment in time, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. Arrest necessary for prompt effective investigation. You don't have to say anything. Do not mention one question, something which later will lie in the court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand everything I've said to you?
Craig is taken into custody as detectives try to build a picture of the young man they suspect murdered Jane.
He didn't live far from Jane. He was a former factory worker. He'd been in trouble for burglary, a few break-ins and stealing from his parents and from a friend. But he wasn't known as a major criminal. He wasn't known for anything as horrific as this.
As Craig's DNA was identified on the tongue bar and in her bungalow, detectives want to know how it got there. Craig is interviewed under caution.
When was the last time you saw her then?
The last time I saw her was Sunday night.
Okay. What time would that have been?
I got there for about 10:30.
You got there at 10:30?
Yeah.
That's PM?
About 10 at night.
At night? Okay. So if we take from 10:30 at night then, through to when you left at 11.
Yeah.
Tell me exactly in detail what happened.
Well, I was watching was watching a little film on the TV, and then she asked me to have sex with her again.
Just tell me exactly what she said to you about having sex.
She just said, "Craig, will you have sex with me?" And then, well, the first time it started off was about a month ago, and I was in the house, and then she just came into the front room naked, and then she was like, "Craig, come and do it with me and I'll pay you."
He offered the reason that his DNA was inside of Jane and inside the scene was because Jane had paid him for sex.
Okay, and how much did she pay you?
Yeah, she paid me £200.
£200.
In the village of Fleckney in Leicestershire, police have arrested 25-year-old Craig Keogh on suspicion of the murder of Jane Hings.
Do not say anything. We're face. Do not mention one question. Something which later will lie in the court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand everything I've said to you?
Could this local lad really be responsible for the rape and murder of a 72-year-old pensioner? The news has sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community.
How could somebody that I'd grown up with all these years could be physically capable of doing something like that? I felt sick and it was horrible. Like, who does think something like that? To such, you know what I mean? You hear about it, but she was an old lady. She was old. He was a young lad.
Keogh has been taken into custody and is being interviewed under caution. With his DNA found on the victim and at the scene, detectives want to know how Craig knows Jane. And he has an explanation.
I was walking through the village, and I saw this lady, and her shopping bag broke, and I helped her, and then I carried it to the house with her.
Craig told us in an interview that he met Jane when he was down the shops, and that she asked him to pick up some shopping for him and offered him some money for it, and then asked him to walk her dog, Paddy, as well.
But Craig alleges that it wasn't just household chores Jane was paying him for.
And then another time, she's asked me to have sex with her for money. And it happened a month ago, the first time. And then she's asked me to come back a month later. And then it happened again.
Key to the police investigation was the tongue piercing found in Jane's groin.
Have you got any piercings?
I got my ear pierced.
Your ear pierced? Okay. Anywhere else?
Yeah, my tongue pierced.
Your tongue?
Craig goes on to admit that he'd been with Jane the night she died, saying he arrived at her house around 10:30 p.m.
Tell me exactly in detail what happened.
Well, I was watching a little film on the TV, and then she asked me to have sex with her again, and she was like, "I'll pay you more this time." I was like, "Okay." I didn't think anything of it, and that was it really. And she said she felt sick, and then I left her.
Craig's detailed account that he had sex with Jane and left her very much alive turns the investigation on its head.
During the course of his interviews, he came up with an explanation as to what happened. And I have to say, it was so bizarre.
Craig also suggested that Jane, whilst alive, was unwell when he left.
What he was saying was that she'd become a little bit wobbly and a little bit unwell, and had then gone back to her bed. He'd then closed the door, and obviously whatever happened afterwards was someone else. Some stranger, no doubt having seen that the door was open, would have gone in there, burgled her, and perhaps killed her. And so that might possibly have been an explanation for what happened.
The interviewing officers had to keep an open mind. but had to probe and get as much detail from him as possible to find out whether it was right or not.
Was Craig telling the truth? Was Jane alive when he left? And so was it someone else who sexually assaulted and killed her? Forensics carry out a detailed search for additional DNA or fingerprints on Jane or in the bungalow.
There was nothing else from the scene, from Jane, from the post-mortem which identified anybody else other than Craig. We'd had all of these things examined and they only pointed at Craig Keogh and did not point to anybody else.
With no one else in the frame, Craig's movements on the night in question are investigated.
Craig had been on a night out in Oadby, a nearby town.
I think it was between 8:30 he came in that night. Remember it well because Leicester City had played Liverpool on that night, so we had a fair few in. He stood out straight away because he had his baseball cap the other way around and he was just bouncing up and down.
Staff at the pub said that he appeared agitated, aggressive, and almost as if he was up for a fight. They said he was high on drink and drugs.
Now, this was crucially important evidence because in his interviews, he said that by 10:30 that evening, he was sitting in Jane Hing's living room in Fleckney, watching a war film and having a drink with her. But that was a lie. He was out with his friends. We were able by that process to show that he'd taken cocaine, that he was offering to sell other people cocaine, and that he was complaining about how boring the evening was.
As doubt is cast on Keogh's version of events, police trace his movements after he leaves the pub. He's next seen arriving back in Fleckney at just after 1 a.m.
His friends say that the last time they saw him was when the taxi dropped him off and they assumed he was going home.
But Keogh walks in the opposite direction of his caravan, heading in the direction of Jane's bungalow.
We knew from CCTV that the suspect had walked to Jane's house wearing a baseball cap, and when they were walking away they didn't have it on, and we could see that.
Detectives believe this places Keogh in Jane's bungalow around 1:15 a.m. And when he returns home, he's captured again.
We see him going back into his caravan, carrying something. Now, he goes out again, and he returns out around 2:30 in the morning for another 15 minutes or so, and we are certain that he went back to Jane Hing's house in that period of time. We don't know what he did.
The following morning, Craig is again seen on camera.
The morning after he was seen walking along the street, he was captured on CCTV with a black bin bag.
He's spotted again a few minutes later, but the bag has vanished. What did he dispose of? The police believe it was some of Jane's belongings, but a search of the area reveals nothing.
This is HFM.
It's 5 o'clock. This is HFM News. Detectives have been given more time to continue questioning a man on suspicion of murder following the discovery of a pensioner dead in her bungalow in Fleckney on Sunday morning. Officers also believe items were stolen from Miss Hings's bungalow in a black bin liner. They're appealing for villagers to check their gardens and outbuildings in case it's been discarded there. A post-mortem examination has so far failed to identify her cause of death.
With help from the public and CCTV, police are able to piece together Keogh's movements 24 hours after Jane's death. Friends described Craig as splashing his cash, buying them drinks and himself a new tongue bar.
He tried to get rid of Jane's jewellery in trying to sell it. He got rid of her handbag. He was trying to get rid of every last bit of evidence that would connect him to Jane.
He went into Leicester city centre and he actually went to a pawnbroker's. He sold her jewellery for about £100 when the items of jewellery were valued around £1,000.
With enough evidence that Keogh stole items from Jane and had raped her, detectives also believe they have a killer on their hands. But proving he murdered Jane was going to be their biggest challenge.
So far as murder was concerned, we had no cause of death. We were unable to show how she died, whether it was deliberate or accidental, forensically at that stage.
In the village of Fleckney, 25-year-old Craig Keogh has been charged with burglary, murder, and the rape of pensioner Jane Hings. The news that Jane was sexually assaulted in her home has been made public.
The community were on edge already, knowing that an old lady had been murdered in her home, but then once the true nature of it came out, people were really worried.
When I found out that information, it just floored me. It played on my mind all night. You know, a woman of that age, how, why could that happen?
I'd say the villagers would be distressed because a majority of them are similar sort of age to Miss Hinks. And you know, and there's quite a few vulnerable people out there as well, and it obviously upset them, but also put a bit of fear into them as well, that this could happen on their doorstep.
Within days of his arrest, Keogh is brought before a judge and the charges read.
He pleaded not guilty to all the charges, so that was murder, 2 counts of rape and burglary.
Keogh is remanded in custody and a date set for his trial. But the work of the prosecution is only just beginning.
This was horrific violence perpetrated on a very frail old lady whilst she was still alive. And there was then the added complication of trying to prove how she died.
So one of Craig Keogh's lines of defence actually referred to him knowing Jane Hings, and yeah, he said that she paid him for sex, and that was a reason that he went around and he claimed she was still alive when he left her bungalow on that night.
Experts believe that Jane has been smothered with a pillow, and proving it was Keogh is imperative to the case.
The DNA on the pillows was of saliva, and so we could show that Jane's saliva was on the pillows. That was all.
Typically with a material object, you can't get fingerprints from it. And it's really difficult. For us as investigators, we sat there believing that the pillowcases were our murder weapon. How could we prove that?
With concern that Keogh might get away on a technicality, the police and prosecution reach out to forensic specialists.
Now, our pillowcases had been sat in the bottom of an evidence bag, sat in the exhibit store for, at this point, 4 months. They weren't laid out flats like you'd see in a movie or anything like this. This is a pillowcase shoved in the bottom of an evidence bag.
But as we got nearer to trial, we discovered a new scientific development.
Leicestershire Police said to me they had a pillowcase that they were interested in trying to develop some fingerprints on. They wanted to know whether a novel process I'd been researching was appropriate for this type of exhibit. I recommended that they tried vacuum metal deposition, and I also directed them towards Gloucestershire Police, who had a vacuum metal deposition machine that they could use and a trained operator, which is probably the best technique that we're aware of that gives you a chance of getting fingerprints on fabrics.
Vacuum metal deposition involves vaporizing gold and zinc in a vacuum chamber. The metallic particles are attracted to the fabric and form a negative image of finger marks wherever it has been touched.
So what you have here is the image of the pillowcase as it's come out of the vacuum metal deposition machine. These dark regions where you have quite a lot of zinc deposition, and you have these light regions where zinc simply hasn't deposited. It shows whereabouts the pillowcase has been gripped, and it also enables you to say, well, it's been touched there, so you can then target other techniques such as DNA recovery for those techniques.
We were able, therefore, to show that the pillow had been held in a position that you wouldn't hold a pillow ordinarily in order to put it over Jane Hing's head to kill her.
So that proved our murder weapon. We had Keogh's finger marks on the short edge and Jane's saliva in the middle of the pillow.
But the question is, would it be enough to convict Keogh? The trial begins at Birmingham Crown Court, and Jane's friends come face to face with Keogh.
Craig was just deadpan through the whole entire time. Not an ounce of remorse, not any kind of emotion. He showed nothing.
When Craig sat in the dock, he was expressionless. It was difficult to really see any signs of emotion.
Obviously, Jane's friends are of her age, so are a lot older and didn't want to go and sit through all of that. So I went and sat for her. I didn't want Craig to think that nobody cared about her. I wanted to be seen that, you know, she meant something to somebody.
Craig had denied all along that he was responsible for raping and murdering Jane Hings. In fact, his version of events was at complete odds with the prosecution's case, the police case. He had said that he had gone to see Jane to have sex. He said that they had watched a film together that night, a war film. Checks were made, and there was no war film on TV. It was a complete and utter lie.
As the trial unfolds, the defence tried to paint a picture of Jane.
Craig Keogh was describing Jane Hings as being a sexually promiscuous, drunken woman who liked nothing more than spending her pension money on having intercourse with a young man. We discovered she didn't drink alcohol. There was no alcohol in her bloodstream after her death.
So the jury were then shown all the mobility aids that Jane had in the house, the fact that she couldn't walk between rooms without needing a walking stick or a frame.
So the idea of her being interested in active sexual activity was laughable.
Central to the prosecution case is proving that the sexual contact was non-consensual.
So we instructed an expert in sexual injuries to examine her body. And as a result of that, we were able to show that the sexual activity was not consensual activity, and it would have caused her significant amounts of pain, and it happened when she was alive.
And it was for this reason they believe Keogh decided to kill Jane.
She must have cried out when that happened, and he must have wanted not to be caught and to complete the act. And we know he did complete the act because there was semen within her body. And I expect that during the course of that sexual assault upon her, he decided to kill her because she wouldn't shut up.
Establishing that Keogh had the motive and opportunity to kill Jane, the prosecution introduces what they believe is the murder weapon.
The scientists went the extra mile on this one because they could show that finger marks left by Keogh were on the short, straight edges at the side, and they were gripped like this and applied. And they then took it one step further to look for the amylase staining, that's the protein staining in the middle, to show that Jane had exhaled a lot and it given out a lot of moisture from her breath, indicating that that's where she was smothered. And then when the scientists came to court to explain it, the jury was sat there like, oh wow, this is really impactful.
With the prosecution evidence built against him, Keogh remained silent.
Craig sat there very quiet. He chose not to give evidence. He chose not to be cross-examined by prosecutor, and he showed no remorse, even when the horrific details were read out of what he had done.
Craig Keogh could not offer any evidence which the jury could look at and say that he was not guilty. He couldn't offer any alibi, and he couldn't offer any plausible explanation as to why this had happened or why he was suspected of it.
After 5 days, the jury is sent to deliberate. Presented with all the evidence, they have to decide whether the marks at the edge of the pillow and all the new scientific data prove that the young man in front of them is a murderer.
There are two choices for a jury here. Either he went into that house and raped her and burgled the property and then left, and a random stranger came in and smothered her, or the person who raped her smothered her. That's the choice.
Even though you've listened to the whole trial and you know he's guilty, the evidence says he's guilty, those minutes, hours of waiting to hear them words, it's still nerve-wracking, you know, because they could come back with not guilty.
After 4 hours, the jury returns.
They came back and unanimously said that he was guilty of 2 counts of rape, murder and burglary.
When the jury came back, he was plainly shocked. Craig Keogh stood there, and when sentence was imposed, he stood there with an element of resignation, but he didn't seem at any stage to show any kind of remorse. No sadness for her, no sadness for his own family, who appeared to be very decent people. From the beginning to the end, it seemed to me he was entirely focused on himself.
Keogh was given a life sentence and will only be eligible for parole after 32 years. But for all involved, this case has taken its toll.
When I went into Jane Hing's house, I was struck by the peace and tranquility in which she'd lived her life. She was a very simple lady. Beside her bed on one side was her Bible and a crucifix. And on the other side, as she had gone to bed, no doubt like every other night, she'd left her teeth on the side of the bed. And imagining just being in your own bedroom, in the comfort of your own home, and having a young, strong man, plainly intoxicated and under the influence of drunks, coming into your room about 1:15 in the morning, waking you from your sleep, must have been terrifying. That, I think, stays with me.
This case will stick with me. It's one that the community will remember for a long time. It's one that the police officers who went to will remember for a long time.
I've covered numerous murder trials over the last 25 years. The rape of anyone is distressing, it's shocking, but this was particularly shocking because it involved the rape of an elderly woman.
I've been asked many times, what are my feelings towards Craig? And I have none, is the simple answer. I don't hate him because that's an emotion. I literally have no emotion towards him. But to think of what he did, it broke my heart to try and think about the fear that would have been going through her mind at the time. And then to be smothered with her own pillow. Jane was cremated and I put her ashes in an urn that sits on my mantelpiece so she can watch over Paddy every day until the day that he sadly joins her, in which case I will get him cremated and scatter their ashes someplace nice. Are you gorgeous? So they can be together again.
Stranger danger is rare but not impossible. The chilling Murdered at First Sight is new Wednesday at 9 on Sky Mix.
Em nghĩ là tôi xong bức tranh công chúa ngồi trên củ băng. Xin chào các bạn. Xin chào các bạn, hôm nay mình sẽ dẫn dắt các bạn trong màu bức tranh công chúa đắp sai.